Welcome to Get Sleepy, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. My name's Thomas, and I want to thank you for joining me for this special cozy compilation of stories that we'll be enjoying from the warmth and safety of a winter cabin. So why not picture yourself there now? Hear the crackle of a warm fire, and just imagine that you're tucked up under a fluffy blanket, lying back on a comfy sofa or bed. And you're very much welcome and encouraged, in fact, to drift off to sleep while you listen along. So, let's begin tonight's collection of cozy bedtime stories. Sarah sits in her comfortable rocking chair, gazing happily out the window. Her right foot taps against the wooden floorboards as she rocks back and forth. Green tartan drapes hang on either side of her large living room window. Sarah changed out her sheer white summer curtains in favour of the thicker green ones a while ago, when the weather first started getting colder. The drapes are pulled back, letting in the delicate winter light. The window itself is tall and long, taking up most of the wall. Sarah's cabin is extra cozy at this time of year. Across the room, the red brick fireplace is lit. She listens to the firewood crackle and pop as it slowly burns. Earlier this afternoon, Sarah prepared some hot spiced cider. Now, it's slowly heating on the stove in the kitchen down the hall. And she can't wait until she can enjoy a warm mug of it. The aroma of apple, cinnamon, and orange mixes with the scent of the fireplace in a most delightful and wintry way. Adjacent to the fireplace, Sarah has a vinyl record player. A classic winter tune plays softly in the background, adding to the sound of the crackling wood. Slowly, she gets up from the rocking chair, happily humming the familiar tune. Her soft, hand-knit socks glide across the floorboards with every step. She brushes a strand of hair back behind her ear as she moves closer to the fireplace. Sarah takes a fire iron from a metal rack on the hearth. Then she bends her knees, leaning in closer to the fire. One hand holds the tool, and the other rests comfortably on her thigh. Using the metal poker, she carefully nudges the burning wood. The embers glow brighter, and the flames grow higher in response. A small gust of smoke travels up the chimney, along with a few sparks. She puts the poker back by the side of the fireplace and wipes her hands together, scattering specks of dust onto the floor below. The wood burns strongly now, creating a comfortable warmth in the living room. As Sarah stands up, she turns back around to face the window. Snow has begun to fall, and it paints quite a relaxing scene. Happiness always fills her within when it's snowing outside, and this moment is no exception. From where she's standing, the snow is all she can see out of the window. A bluish-grey backdrop meets the bright white powder in the distance. Many of the snowflakes appear thick and fluffy as they slowly drop from the sky. Others are petite and seem to fall to the ground a bit faster. She loves the idea of hygge, which is the Danish word for a feeling of coziness. Hygge is all about a sense of blissful comfort, wellness and contentment. And it's most often enjoyed at home, especially on a snowy day like this one. For Sarah, candles take center stage when it comes to creating hygge. She especially likes it when they're accompanied by freshly baked treats, warm drinks, fuzzy socks, and a woolly blanket. A friend and neighbour of Sarah's makes her own candles from coconut wax. Sarah always gets some at the start of winter, in case of power outages, and of course, for the homey factor. There is a wonderful sense of community where she lives. She and her neighbours may be out in the mountains, far from the city, but they have everything they need right here. And in this particular moment, Sarah knows she's in need of candles. She grabs a pack of matches from a wooden shelf filled with novels and travel guides on the wall to her right. She fiddles with the cardboard casing as she pulls out one small match. She then lights a couple of the candles that rest on the bricks above the fireplace. She cups her hands around the wicks to ensure they catch. But while these are nice and almost do the trick, there are still a few more to be lit for optimal coziness, Sarah thinks. So she waltzes over to the window as the record plays another jolly song. She has long taper candles resting in metal holders along the windowsill. She strikes another match against the side of the box. The sound of a spark and a sharp, smoky aroma fill her senses. Sarah cups her hand around the tops of 3 candles while she lights them one by one. She can feel the chill of the window against the back of her hand and the warmth of the flame near her palm as she lights the final candle. She then takes a few steps back and admires her work. This is hygge, she thinks. After gazing around the room for a few moments, she remembers the cider she has warming on the stove. She follows the smell of cinnamon and apple down the hallway towards the kitchen. This is one of Sarah's favourite places in the cabin. Her kitchen is draped with English ivy and warm colours. A potted Norfolk pine tree sits at one corner of the room, resting on a side table. There is a door that leads out to the back porch, which is now covered in dusty white snow. Near the door is a polished wood countertop that wraps around two walls. There's a gap in the countertop for the gas stove. The back burner is set to a low temperature, and a small bit of steam is rising up from a large pot that rests on top of it. She smiles as she breathes in the sweet, seasonal aroma. Sarah walks over to the pot, still wearing her fuzzy socks. They feel like pillows on her feet as they press against the wooden floorboards. Next to the stove is a ceramic vase filled with various cooking utensils. She chooses a large wooden spoon and then peers down into the warm cider heating in the pot. Whole cinnamon sticks and orange slices lazily float on the surface. Billowing steam drifts up towards Sarah's face, warming her chilly nose to a comfortable temperature. She then dunks the wooden spoon into the pot, making slow circles around the edge. The cinnamon sticks and oranges begin to intermingle and bounce off one another as she stirs. She's had the cider brewing at a low temperature for a couple of hours. Eager to taste it now, she fills the spoon with liquid. Holding it close to her mouth, she softly blows to cool down the drink before taking a sip. A warm sensation travels down to her stomach with the first taste of the warm cider. Sarah decides that a couple of hours has been just the right amount of time. So she turns the gas stove even lower, just high enough to keep the pot warm for a second serving. Then she leans over to her left and opens a cabinet door, which creaks slightly on its hinges. She fiddles around a sea of mugs, searching for the perfect one. Soon, she finds what she's looking for. Sarah pulls out a green, boot-shaped mug that she bought at a festive market in Poland a few years ago. It's her favourite to use during the winter season. It has snow painted around the rim, and snowflakes dot the rest of the cup. Along the foot of the boot, it reads the name of a Polish city, serving as a happy reminder of her winter trip. Sarah runs her finger across the name and smiles as she remembers wandering through the festive market, tasting delicious sweet treats and looking at trinkets holding this very same mug. Sarah closes the cabinet and finds a ladle in the same vase with the other cooking utensils. She carefully dips it into the pot and scoops up some of the warm beverage. A trickle of cider escapes from the ladle and drips back into the pot. After filling her mug to the very top with fragrant cider, she places the ladle on the countertop and leaves the kitchen. She walks down the hall, the sounds of the crackling fireplace and quiet music drawing her back to the living room once again. But when Sarah reaches the front door, which lies at the end of the hallway, she pauses. The door itself is wooden and large, with a unique stained glass window at its top. Through it is a wraparound porch, with stairs leading down to the ground. Curious to see the snow working its wintry magic outside, Sarah slips on a pair of fuzzy boots. Before she walks out, Sarah holds the ceramic mug in both hands and brings it up to her nose. She takes a big, deep breath in, relishing the notes of cinnamon, orange, and apple. Then she takes a sip, feeling the warmth of the drink move through her body. Perfect, she thinks. Putting a hand on the cool metal of the doorknob, she begins to turn it, still holding her hot cider in the other hand. As the door opens, the chill of the wintry day embraces her. A small shiver runs down her spine, and she grasps the mug a little tighter. Sarah doesn't mind the cold though. She's actually quite eager to feel its refreshing touch and see the pristine mounds of snow forming outside. She steps out onto her porch and closes the door behind her to keep the warmth trapped inside. She's grateful to be wearing an oversized cream turtleneck that's made of wool. She knitted it herself last winter, and now it's helping to keep her cozy as she moves into the brisk weather. Sarah takes a few steps further to the edge of the porch, past the overhang of the roof. A border of snow has already built up around the wooden railing here, where it's exposed to the open sky. She slowly reaches one hand out to catch a few snowflakes. Sarah watches as they melt away in the palm of her hand, soon replaced by new flakes. Letting out a small, contented sigh, Sarah returns her hand to the warm mug of cider. The gently falling snow looks magical to Sarah as she gazes out over the landscape. She feels at peace, as though she's been transported into a winter fairy tale. The mountains in the distance are also covered in snow. Many of the highest peaks have been snowbound for some weeks, but they look exceptionally divine in this moment. So do the pine trees, whose dark green needles are brushed with snow, like icing sugar. In front of Sarah's house is a large hilly field. In summer, it's often covered in wildflowers, but right now, it's dusted in sparkly white fluff. Sarah imagines inviting her neighbours over to make snowmen. Though she lives in the countryside, tucked away from the hustle and bustle of city life, she has a tight-knit group of friends who live nearby. A while back, she set up a number of logs in a circle and put a fire pit in the middle. There, they could bundle up by a warm campfire, sip more hot cider, and embrace the beauty of the winter spirit together. As Sarah imagines this, she reminisces about making snowmen as a child. Back then, she lived in the city. Kids would gather at the local park after the first snowfall to make snowmen and snow angels. This always eventually turned into a good-natured snowball fight with other children in her neighbourhood. Sometimes, when the snow fell earlier than normal, and her mother hadn't had time to take out her wintry wardrobe yet, she would slide thick socks on both of Sarah's hands so that she could still go outside and play. These memories make Sarah chuckle before she returns her attention to the scene in front of her now. The snow has started to get heavier, and it looks like a storm is on the way. Sarah takes one last look at the tranquil landscape, at the field of snow with pine trees around it, and the rugged mountains in the distance. Now, the highest peaks are disappearing behind a curtain of dark, thick clouds. She turns to go back inside and opens the front door. She's greeted by a rush of warm air from within her cabin. It feels nice and cozy after so long outside. Then Sarah closes the door behind her and slides the chunky metal lock shut, just in case there are any strong gusts of wind that accompany the storm. She shakes off the snowflakes that have accumulated on her sweater and glances down at her feet. Her boots thud against the floor as she casually kicks them off. She makes her way over to the living room and finds a spot on her thick, plush sofa. There's a tartan pillow to match the drapes. She picks it up and fluffs it between her hands before moving it over to where she'd like to sit. Then she settles herself into a comfortable position with her legs tucked up beneath her so they don't touch the chilly floorboards. As she does this, she takes another soothing sip of her warm drink The sofa feels soft and comfortable. It's just the right distance from the toasty fireplace, whose logs are still burning nicely. After another sip of cider, her mug is empty. She'll have another cup in a while, once she's ready to get up off the sofa again. She bends forward and slides the mug across the coffee table in front of her. As she leans over, she notices her woven basket full of knitting projects resting under the table. She grasps it by its handle, feeling the rough wood in her hands. Then she pulls it towards her and lifts it up onto the sofa. She thumbs through the projects one at a time before deciding which to continue working on. Since the cold weather keeps her indoors more often, winter is the perfect time for knitting, Sarah thinks. Plus, making warm and soft garments is a favourite pastime of hers. In fact, she even finds herself working on scarves and sweaters during the warmer months in anticipation of autumn and winter, when she can wear them or gift them to others. For now, she's decided to continue making a winter hat out of wool from the Shetland Islands. She likes this particular Scottish wool because of its durability and the way it can handle any kind of weather, rain or snow. She holds 2 knitting needles in her hands and begins to work, stitch by stitch. She keeps yarn wrapped around her right index finger as she guides the strand around the left needle. Knit, knit, purl, purl. She says the names of the stitches quietly in her head as she gets into the rhythm. Sarah is about halfway finished with this olive green hat. She plans to spend the rest of the evening knitting it to perfection. She's idyllically positioned herself on the sofa, where she can enjoy the warmth of the fire and the lovely view of the falling snow. She hears the wind outside, the crackling and popping of the firewood, and the soft tunes coming from the record player. She watches the candles twinkle against the backdrop of a winter wonderland. And in this moment, Sarah feels completely relaxed. Knitting on its own helps to relax her, but the combination of it all has created a full, therapeutic winter treatment for any stress. Perhaps she'll return to the kitchen and pour another aromatic cup of warm cider. But for now, she sinks deeper into the comfort of the sofa. She props her head on the tartan pillow and lays with her knees up. She then closes her eyes and listens to the ambient sounds around her. The wintry combination of music, wind, and fire intermingle, making the room a safe and cozy space. Sarah lets her senses take over. She rubs the chunky yarn with her thumb and fingertips as she hums along to the song on the record player. She then focuses on the sound of the fireplace and the whistling of the wind and snow outside. All of these sensations come together magically, and Sarah wishes she could bottle them up to keep for whenever she needs to relax. At this moment, nothing else matters. All of her problems seem to fade away, and a blissful coziness and sense of utter contentment take over. Soon, the greyish-blue sky out the window fades darker and darker as the snow continues to fall. And here, Sarah might remain until bedtime calls. The late November sky is overcast on this cozy afternoon in the mountains. Sarah is relaxing in the living room, looking out of her large casement windows as a few dark brown leaves cascade down from above. There is a yellow-tinted lamp with mosaic glass on the side table next to the sofa where she is sitting. Also on the table is a book with a bookmark nestled roughly at the halfway point, and a fresh cup of chai tea with steamed milk. Sarah has enjoyed a quiet morning inside the cozy mountain cabin she calls home. While the weather outside is cold and brisk, and the sky is hinting at the approaching snow, the inside is warmed by the fireplace. The fire crackles passionately opposite the windows. The aroma of firewood fills the air, giving Sarah a reassuring and relaxed feeling. Memories of past holiday seasons drift through her mind. There is a stack of oak and maple logs by the fireplace, just waiting for their chance to fill the room with their inviting aromas. This morning, Sarah took care of some things around the house. She swept the wooden floors with her corn broom, folded the clean laundry, took out the compost and recycling, and dusted everywhere from the hallway credenza to the picture frames and candle holders on the living room's brick mantel. Now she has settled in for the afternoon and is enjoying her chai tea as a warm treat on this cold day. Sarah tugs on her cardigan and sits up, sliding her feet into the house slippers resting in front of her. Then she takes a generous sip of the spiced tea. For a moment, she ponders how she will spend the afternoon now that the cabin is tidy. But of course, she already knows what is in store for her today. With November nearing its end, it's about time she finishes knitting her winter jumper. It's a project she began working on last week, and with signs of snow in the air, she is eager to have it done. And so, Sarah gets up and walks across the room to her record player. She sifts through a small wooden crate full of vinyl. Though she usually listens to music, one of her friends recently gifted her a record filled with poetry. This will be perfect to listen to while knitting, Sarah thinks to herself. She carefully nudges the vinyl out of its thin cardboard case and steadily holds the flat black disc in her hands while opening the lid of her record player. She slips the vinyl on the turntable and moves the tone arm to the very edge of the record, setting it into place. Now, Sarah is ready to turn on the machine. She grabs the circular toggle with her thumb and index finger and gently shifts it clockwise to turn on the record player. Quickly, sound comes from the machine, and Sarah adjusts the volume to suit her mood in this moment. Not too quiet or too loud, she thinks. It is poetry she'll be listening to, after all. Once she settles on a volume and the audible introduction has finished, lines of poetry begin to fill the room. Now that Sarah has some extra entertainment on this cozy autumn day, it's time for her to begin knitting. She walks back towards the sofa and grabs her knitting basket, which rests on the storage shelf underneath her coffee table. The woven basket crackles as it's lifted out from under the table and placed on the soft brown sofa. Sarah then sits cross-legged next to the mosaic lamp and her mug of warm tea. She shifts her torso to the left and easily scoops out her current knitting project, the half-finished jumper. It feels soft to the touch as she holds the piece of clothing out in front of her to examine it. The jumper has a long turtleneck that folds inward for a warm and snuggly fit. As for the material, it is made with one strand of medium-weight merino wool, and 1 strand of lace-weight mohair silk yarn. The mohair silk yarn is made of 70% mohair and 30% silk, and all 3 of these materials combine to make for one luxuriously soft winter jumper in a delicate shade of off-white. Sarah can't wait to finish, especially as winter is just around the corner. She knows she will get plenty of use out of it this season. Sarah lays the jumper in her lap, pulls the 2 balls of yarn out of the basket, and places them on the cushion next to her. To use wool with the mohair silk yarn, she must knit the jumper with 2 strands of yarn at a time. The mohair silk is a very thin, lacy yarn that pairs perfectly with merino wool. Sarah much prefers merino wool because it's one of the softest options for a warm and comfortable jumper. Merino is a breed of sheep. Their wool is known to be very soft and non-itchy, unlike that of some other breeds. Laying on a pile of merino wool would be like floating on a cloud. And thanks to its characteristics, it's a favorite for knitters who make garments like jumpers, socks, and scarves. The colours Sarah has chosen match splendidly with each other, and she takes a moment to admire her work in progress. A poem about the changing of seasons fills the room as Sarah fiddles with her circular knitting needles. It's a fitting poem for the day. The weather outside is shifting, and Sarah is looking ahead to snow-covered months in the mountains. For this knitting pattern, Sarah is following a design made by a popular Scandinavian knitter. Her styles are among Sarah's favourites. The pattern follows a top-down approach, done in a raglan style with circular knitting needles. This means Sarah started at the collar, or in this case, the turtleneck, to form a tube. She knitted until the neck was long enough to fold over for a snugly fit. The turtleneck was done in a simple 2x2 rib stitch, meaning 2 knit stitches, followed by 2 purl stitches all around. The rib stitch makes the neckline nice and stretchy, so it doesn't feel restrictive. After Sarah completed the turtleneck portion last week, she moved on to the body. Raglan jumpers are knit as one piece rather than knitting the front and back portions separately and sewing them together at a later time. The body of the jumper is done in a simple knit stitch. Over the course of a few days, Sarah worked on the raglan increases to make the jumper large enough to cover her chest and shoulders. This shaped pattern is called the yoke. She does these raglan increases by adding stitches to every other row to divide up the shoulders and the jumper's front and back. This gives the jumper some simple details and makes way for 2 armholes. Yesterday, the yoke of the wool jumper was long enough to divide the armholes. She did this by moving both armhole stitches onto 2 separate strands of yarn. They've not yet been bound off. Rather, Sarah can come back and pick up those stitches on her knitting needles and finish each arm. From there, she connected all the remaining stitches to form the body of the jumper and worked on it for another half an hour or so, warmed by her fireplace on a chilly night. Now, as Sarah sits on her sofa, she can clearly see the formation of her jumper as she continues her knitting. She has the beautifully chunky turtleneck, the soft yoke with its increases, and the 2 open spots for the armholes, and half of the body portion complete. It currently looks like a crop top with a wintry turtleneck. It would almost be a jumper vest, but the yoke gives it more of a short-sleeved look. Catching a whiff of the spiced drink next to her, Sarah places her knitting in her lap and leans over to scoop up the mug. It feels warm in her hands as she cradles the ceramic and brings it up to her mouth. Its autumnal spicy taste fills Sarah's senses with delight. She takes one more sip before placing it back down on the side table. Sarah picks up the knitting once again. She is working round after round of knit stitches. These form a lovely V-shaped pattern that travels horizontally down the garment. Thanks to the vinyl record, Sarah has listened to several poems. One about finding love in little moments, one about the changing seasons, and now one about happiness. It seems to be sending the message that happiness is enjoying the day instead of rushing away because business awaits, and reveling in the delight of just living. Sarah particularly likes this one. She enjoys a leisurely life. She has enough to keep her little cabin in the mountains, spend time with her loved ones, and go away on holidays a few times a year. That's really all she needs at this point in her life. Sarah takes such delight in the small things, like tending to her garden, making homemade treats for her neighbours, and knitting in a cozy environment. She knows how lucky she is to have this life, and she is always careful to never take it for granted. After a few more moments of contemplation, Sarah is ready to swap out the poetry for some relaxing music. She doesn't want to listen to all of the poems on the record too soon. She'd like some time to really reflect on the ones she's already heard, and music will help her do just that. She sets down her knitting and walks across the creaky floorboards to her record player. Sarah stops the record, lifts the needle, and removes the vinyl from the machine. Gently, she places it back into its cardboard sleeve. Once again, Sarah begins to sift through the wooden crate until she finds the section with the mood she is looking for. Music that feels light-hearted, calming, and perfectly suited for today's weather, she thinks. After a few beats, Sarah decides on a particular vinyl. It's something a little old school, yet timeless. It will do the trick, she decides. As she sets up the record, her eyes are drawn to the window. The sky outside is darkening, but the sun has not yet set. In fact, it looks like a snowstorm is on its way. The room is comforting to her with its soft lighting. The table lamp is on, as is a tall standing lamp in the corner. There is a dull glow from the window and a warm reddish hue from the crackling fireplace. To capture an even cozier mood, Sarah lights some of the pillar and taper candles she has placed around the living room. There is a chunky off-white pillar candle near the record player. After the record is properly set up, she reaches into the drawer below her to take out a pack of matches. She slides open the cardboard box that holds the matches and removes one long wooden stick with a black tip. She quickly swipes the top of the match against the side of the box, and a small flame takes hold. The smell of the match catches her nose as she cups the top of the pillar candle to light it. The candles around her house are all scentless, which is Sarah's preference. she bakes too often to require scented candles. Sarah would rather enjoy the aroma of the fireplace, mixed with that of freshly baked cinnamon rolls, or spiced cider heating over the stove. Going around the room, she takes her time to light a few more candles. She makes her way over to the fireplace, where 2 taper candles rest, near photos of her family and friends. However, her match goes out after lighting the first one, so instead she tilts the wick of the taper candle towards the soft flame and watches as it ignites, casting a small plume of smoke into the air. Now, Sarah looks around her space and admires how warm and inviting it feels. Gazing out the window again, she feels butterflies of excitement rise up in her tummy. She is eager for a snow day, and it looks like one is fast approaching. Sarah happily makes her way back to the sofa, fueled by her anticipation for the coming snow and the rhythm of the music that flows from her record player. She settles once again into her coziest knitting position. Then she leans over and picks up the jumper and needles. Her hands and wrists move in harmony. Sarah has perfect muscle memory when it comes to making these knit stitches. As she continues with the jumper, she hears the wind rustling the branches outside her window, a sign of the coming storm. A few fallen leaves are picked up by the breeze, but there is still no evidence of snowfall. Soon, she says, as she begins to ponder the poem about the changing seasons, which said, "Frost kisses the earth with its icy breath, a prelude to winter." Sarah considers how exceptionally frosty it was this morning. Perhaps it is a prelude to the first snow. Time will tell. Before Sarah knows it, she is at the bottom of her jumper. It's time to do the ribbed edge. She thoroughly enjoys this part. After rows and rows of knit stitches, knitting the hem offers a change of rhythm. This section will be stretchy and about 10 to 15 rows long. The pattern will be the same as the turtleneck portion. It's a 2x2 rib stitch, 2 knit stitches followed by 2 purl stitches. It creates a perfectly stretchy pattern that will make the jumper easy to slip on and off. Sarah begins a new row of her project by making 2 knit stitches. She makes them by inserting the needle from front to back through the stitch on the left needle. She then wraps the working yarn around the right needle and pulls the loop through to create a new stitch. The purl stitch is slightly different. It is made by inserting the needle from back to front through the stitch on the left needle. Sarah does this and then wraps the working yarn around the right needle, finishing off by pulling the loop through to the front. This creates a bump or a purl texture on the fabric rather than a V shape that the knit stitch forms. What's interesting is that the knit and purl stitches are each other's opposites. This is most obvious as Sarah continues to work on the ribbing of the jumper. When flipped inside out, the knit stitches will look like purls, and vice versa. Sarah gets into the groove, already on the 3rd row, making 2 knits, followed by 2 purls. Every so often, the flickering candles on the fireplace catch her eye. She listens to the music, the crackly pops of the fire, and the wind outside her windows. She turns to look through the chilled window pane at the perfect moment. Several snowflakes tap against the glass. Sarah places her knitting needles down, jumps up excitedly, and slips on her house shoes. She walks towards the window and looks out to admire Mother Nature at work. The few snowflakes turn into several, and then dozens. She looks up at the grey sky, and then down to the mountains that are almost invisible behind the gloom and falling snow. Below the mountains, and at the forefront of Sarah's view, is an evergreen forest full of lush pine trees, as well as rabbits and deer. She watches as snow builds up on the limbs of the trees. The snow creates a beautiful contrast to their dark greens and browns. Tomorrow is going to look spectacular, she thinks. The sun is now beginning to set, although it's hard to tell because of the weather. Sarah can't wait for the morning to come. Her mountain cabin will be surrounded by the bright white of the season's first snow. Magical, she thinks. She turns around and notices the final embers smouldering in the fireplace. Luckily, she has plenty of logs to add. Sarah walks across the room and picks one up, wedging it among the embers. She waits for the fire to catch, and once it does, she adds a few more logs. The room is filled with the scent of burning oak. She loves this smell. With the snow outside, Sarah feels incredibly relaxed in her homey space. Now, she just wishes to finish her knitting. Of course, she still needs to complete both the left and right sleeves. She is confident she can finish one sleeve this evening, but she might have to work on the other after breakfast in the morning. But that's okay with her. How special it will be once she has the jumper finished and can wear it on the first snow day of the season. Before sitting back down, she leans side to side, giving her body a nice stretch. This is important when she knits for hours at a time. Then she settles back into her natural rhythm and finishes up the final row of the ribbing before binding off. Curious to see how it fits, Sarah unbuttons and removes the cardigan she's wearing over a tank top. She then slides the jumper over her body. The active stitches of the sleeves are secured on extra yarn, so there is no worry that she will damage her project. She walks to the hallway and looks in the mirror. A big smile crosses her face. It's a perfect fit, she thinks. The turtleneck hugs her comfortably without feeling restrictive, and the body is loose-fitting without being too oversized or baggy. Sarah loves the length, the color, the texture, everything. Now she really can't wait to finish the sleeves. This may become her favorite jumper. Sarah carefully lifts it back off over her shoulders, ensuring it's not inside out. Then she walks back into the living room. Outside, the snow persists. Sarah sticks her palm to the glass of the window and feels the coldness of it on her hand. She slowly pulls away her palm, and the warmth of her skin leaves a little imprint on the glass. Finally, Sarah returns to her knitting. She places the active stitches from the right sleeve onto a pair of 6mm circular knitting needles, the same as the body. However, what is different about these circular needles is the length. She used longer cables for the body, but she needs a much smaller size for the sleeve. This is because the body requires far more stitches compared to the arms. So, Sarah carries on. The calming sounds of the snowstorm mix with the light-hearted music and roaring fire, and Sarah feels blissful. She's so looking forward to finishing this sleeve, having dinner, and then settling into bed. She will likely read a chapter from a book, as reading at night helps her fall asleep. Then the morning will arrive, and hopefully the sun will be out, casting a sparkle on the fluffy white blanket of snow. She'll finish her jumper over a cup of hot coffee. Then she can wear it outside. A walk through the forest is a must. There's something fairy tale-like about the forest near her cabin. The friendly creatures that inhabit it make it feel extra special on a snowy and magical day. As Sarah knits the evening away, she daydreams about the coming months. It's been another beautiful day in her mountain cabin, and even better days are yet to come. The smell of firewood lingers in the air. It mixes magically with the aroma of chocolate and coffee and creates the perfect mood with the snow falling outside. You clutch a mug of hot chocolate between both hands. You can feel the warmth of the drink sinking into your skin, sending a warming sensation through your body. You bring the hot chocolate up to your nose and breathe in the sweet, slightly minty aroma. You're sitting in a quaint coffee shop in northern Finland. This special region is called Sapmi, or Lapland, and it's covered in snow for more than half the year. It's located above the Arctic Circle, after all. These wintry months make it a unique place, and the life and culture here are fully intertwined with the long nights and snowy weather. The coffee shop is set inside of a traditional hut resembling a log cabin. However, it has a more triangular shape and features a large stone fire pit in the middle of the room. Polished wooden picnic-style tables also dot the cafe's interior. The place is perfectly warm enough for a turtleneck jumper, but your long winter coat hangs on a wooden rack across the room. You can hear the sounds of mugs clinking together as a woman washes dishes behind the counter. Around you are locals and other visitors to this wondrous region of Finland. You hear a mixture of languages, from English and Finnish to Russian and Spanish. Dim yellow lights create a moody, rustic atmosphere in this place. They are situated on metal fixtures that are sprinkled evenly around the room. Outside, it is already getting dark. Days are short here. However, you can still see some colour in the sky as you look out at the wintry scene. Fresh snow is falling, almost in slow motion, onto a thick blanket already covering the ground. In the distance, you can see other shops and homes in the village. You can even make out the cabin where you will be spending the night. All of the buildings have the same soft yellow-tinted lights, and the colour creates a beautiful glow against the snow. Snow-covered trees are also scattered around the village. This scene looks so magical that you want to capture a memory of it. You unzip your backpack and rustle through a set of gloves, a journal, and even a pair of ice skates. They sit at the bottom of your bag, secured safely. You touch one of the laces and remember how excited you are about the rest of your day. Soon, you find your phone. It feels cold to the touch. You open your camera app and shift your body towards the window. You hold up your phone as you tap the screen to adjust the focus. Then, you proceed to snap a few photos before bringing it back down. You admire the last photograph until the screen light fades. Then, you promptly turn off the phone and place it into your backpack. The zipping sound of the bag mingles with the crackling of firewood next to you. Now, you turn your gaze to the table and pick up the ceramic mug of hot chocolate. you bring it up to your nose and breathe in softly before taking a sip. You hold the warm cup for a while, sipping it every so often as you admire the scenery, both inside and out. Soon your mug is empty, and you place it back down on the wooden table. You then gather your backpack and scoot off of the wooden bench you've been sitting on. You smile and wave goodbye to your server as you gently remove your coat from the rack. Soon you reach the curved door that leads out onto a small front-facing patio. As you grab the handle, you can feel the chill of winter embrace you. You open the door and feel the cold sensation move over your body, but just for a moment. Your layers and thick coat are ready for even the coldest of days. Before heading off, you take a seat on a bench adjacent to the door. The spot is under the roof and free from snowfall. You unzip your backpack and pull out a pair of warm, woolly gloves. You slide them on one by one and adjust the finger sections until they feel perfectly snug on each hand. Now you are ready, you think. As you stand back up, you let out a deep breath. You can see the warmth of it lingering in the air for a few moments before it fades away. You have rented a kick sled for the duration of your trip. It's one of the best ways to get around these snow-filled and unsalted roads. Your kick sled is mostly made of wood. It has a chair mounted onto a pair of metal runners, almost like a set of skis. At the top, there are sturdy handlebars. Before entering the cafe, you left your sled just to the right of the building. You hear the soft sound of snow crumbling beneath your feet with each and every step. The kick sled is just how you left it, but with a bit of snow stacked up on the chair and handlebars. At this moment, a local man walks by. He tells you that there is a snow scraper just inside the shed next to you. You look over and notice the small outbuilding with a long door and quaint triangular roof, much like the cafe itself. Smiling, you thank him for his kindness. With a quick and strong tug, you're able to get the old door open. Pieces of ice had formed in the open spaces of the door, holding it shut. Before long, you notice the snow scraper and pull it out from behind a large rake. You then brush off the snow from the chair and handlebars of your kick sled. Then you place the scraper back where you found it and push the door firmly to secure it. Now you are almost ready to ride towards the forest, you think. You carefully stow your backpack in the chair of the kicksled, ensuring it will stay put. Then you step onto the kicksled, 1 foot at a time. You softly push off with the right foot and then your left. Once you feel like your feet are in a comfortable position, you place your gloved hands onto the sled's handlebars. You imagine for a moment how cold they would feel without your woolly gloves protecting you. You then remove your dominant foot from the sled and push yourself and the kicksled forward with a strong step into the blanket of snow. Bits of sparkly flakes fly up like fireworks as you do this. Before you know it, you are on your way, navigating down the straight, snowy street of this Arctic village. You take turns between gliding through the snow and kicking your foot against the ground to restore your speed. You continue to do this, passing village cabins and pedestrians along the way. In the distance, you can see the soft, pale colours of the sunset. Light shades of pink intermingle with the delicate blue of the sky. The colours darken as the moments pass. The sun sets early above the Arctic Circle at this time of year. The people here are used to the dark days and rare sunlight. They have learned to embrace it. That is why coziness, candles, and fireplace-lit cafes are common here. Soon, you pass by the man you spoke with just a few moments ago. He can probably hear you coming, thanks to the rhythmic whooshing sound of your sled against the snow. You wave and exchange greetings without slowing your speed. Tiny snowflakes tap your nose and cheeks as you navigate down the road. You feel happy in this moment, like you belong here. There is nowhere else you would rather be right now, you believe. As you kick out your foot again, a few children zoom past you on their own kick sleds. You feel a cold wind envelop you as they soar by. You look out at them and see 2 young boys standing up on the sleds. They are bundled up in warm winter gear, woolly scarves and all, and another child sits in one of the chairs on the kicksled. Her mitten-covered hands rest on her lap, and she is wearing a white knitted beanie. Pieces of her hair dance in the wind as the group ventures further down the street. After a few more minutes of riding, you leisurely make a right-hand turn. As you come around the corner, a true winter wonderland makes itself known. You can see the lake covered in thick ice. Surrounding much of the lake are pine trees, magically dusted in snow. You can already smell the aroma of fresh pine in the air. It entices your senses. It is one of your favorite wintry smells. A bit of peppermint, a dash of pine, and lots of warm spices really embody the winter season to you. The sun has almost completely set, and you can see stars beginning to pop up in the dark blue sky. A few lampposts flicker on in response to the darkening day. You can hear a faint clicking sound as the lights turn on. It looks like the perfect scene for ice skating, you think to yourself. Once you are close enough, you come to a stop, letting out a little sigh after your leisurely ride down the street. You look forward and admire the snow-covered pine trees that meet the frozen lake and blissfully snowy terrain for a few more moments. A sturdy-looking log catches your eye. It's laying flat on a blanket of snow, providing a beautiful contrast with its dark brown color. You pull your sled over to the log and press it firmly into the snow. Next, you glance down at your hands. Starting with your right hand, you use your left to pull at the glove's fingertips before carefully sliding it off and slipping it into your coat pocket. You repeat the same motions with the left glove, feeling the soft woolen knits between your fingertips. You then bend forward and unzip your bag. You push some things to the side until you are able to take out your pair of ice skates. They clink and bump against each other as you pull them out of the backpack. The blades have a protective cover on them, so you carefully pull them off of each shoe. As you do this, you feel the chill of the metal ice skates against your bare hands. You drop the covers into your bag and leave it unzipped. Currently, you are wearing snuggly snow boots. They have kept your toes and feet warm for the duration of your trip, and you're almost hesitant to take them off in this cold weather. Nonetheless, you scoot your backpack over and take a seat on the chair of the kicksled. You prop up your right foot on the log to get closer to your boot. Then you unlace your shoe and slide your foot out, feeling the thick fleece lining of the inside of the boot. You gently drop the boot onto the snow and then slide your foot into the ice skate. You wrap the laces around your hands and pull tightly to secure the skate onto your foot. Now, you carefully tie a sturdy and tight knot and wiggle your foot to make sure the fit is perfect. You bring your right foot off the log and then quickly repeat the motions again with your left. Once both of the skates are securely on, you feel a tingling, butterfly-like sensation in your stomach. Luckily, it is finally time to take to the icy lake. Before you prop yourself up, you grab each of your gloves out of your coat pockets and place them back on your hands. You can instantly feel your skin warming up to a cozy temperature once more. Now you are ready, you decide. You stand up and take a couple of steps towards the frozen lake. The snow crunches under your skates. Before you know it, you are on the ice. Your body is moving in an almost magical way. You haven't ice skated in a while, but the muscle memory kicks in. Soon, you feel like you're performing a special dance as you glide across the lake. The blades hiss and grind, creating a beautiful sound as you swirl around the thick, freezing ice. You feel so happy and carefree in this moment. It's just you and the natural beauty of Arctic Finland all around. You find yourself spinning in circles most joyously. You smile and chuckle as you look up at the sky, feeling thankful for this special life. As you do this, a large snowflake falls onto the tip of your nose. This makes you giggle even more. You feel like this day couldn't get any better. You continue to skate, allowing the sensational feeling of freedom to consume you. As you glide, you play around with different ice skating tricks, like turning around and skating backwards. It takes you a moment to get the hang of it, but once you are in the swing of things, it feels completely natural. You sway your hips back and forth, zigzagging across the lake as you skate backward. After a few minutes, you turn around, and as you do this, you can feel the crisp air surrounding you. The temperatures have dropped since the sun set. This makes you think about the moon. You slow down and look up at the sky again, searching for it. There it is, you whisper to yourself. It's a thin crescent moon, but it still shines brightly in the night sky. Near it, you notice Venus. You remember it's the planet because it looks like a star, but doesn't twinkle, instead maintaining a smooth glow. As you admire the seemingly tiny details of the constellations, you notice something peculiar. It's as though a fog is appearing in the sky. You squint to get a better look. Then you let out a small, joyful gasp as the colours deepen into a mesmerizing bright green. You realise you are witnessing the Northern Lights, or the Aurora Borealis. The green lights sway back and forth in the star-dotted sky, almost mimicking the way that you've been skating. The lights continue to shimmer. One section is a bright, almost neon green. From there, the lights extend and soften as they dance and move. But despite the movement overhead, it feels like time has been standing still. You don't even remember if you are still skating on the ice or not. You feel like you have transcended space and time, gazing up at the beautiful sky. The otherworldly colours, the lights, and the performance itself feel so close. You reach out your hand to try and touch it. And then, in a fleeting moment, the lights pulse and fade away, like curtains being drawn at the end of a performance. Your body feels tingly all over as you stand in the middle of the frozen lake. You feel so alive, yet calm and serene, after seeing the spectacle of the Aurora Borealis. You've never witnessed anything like it, you think. You are so glad to have been here on this perfect day. You slowly glide around the lake one last time as your mind focuses on the natural phenomenon you just witnessed. Then you make your way to the edge of the lake closest to your belongings. You carefully step off the frozen lake as a few tiny pieces of ice shoot up from beneath your skates. Once you're back in the snow, you sit down in the kick sled. Your fuzzy boots are waiting patiently for you. You bend down and untie each of your ice skates and pull them off one by one. You set them aside, slipping on your boots and lacing them up comfortably too. Then you stand up and turn around, brushing off any excess snow that fell on your shoulders while you skated. As you pick up your skates, you feel the weight of them in one of your hands as you dig out the protective covers for the blades with the other. You gently push the covers onto each of the blades and plop them into the bag. Letting out a contented sigh, you zip up your backpack one last time. Now, you pull your kick sled back onto the main path and prepare for the short return ride to the center of the village. Back on the kick sled, you speed along the snow-covered path. Some locals and visitors are still out enjoying the evening. You notice they all have a similar, happy glow about them. You imagine yours is the same. As you sled past a group, you hear them talking about the northern lights. You smile, thinking about the extra special view you experienced from the secluded lake. Soon, you arrive at your cabin and park your sled next to some others. There's no need to lock it up or secure it in any way. This is a safe and trustworthy place. There are a couple of stairs that lead up to the cabin. You softly kick the front of your boots against them, knocking off clumps of snow along the way. Once you are at the door, you scrape your feet against the snowflaked patterned doormat and turn the knob to enter. The small cabin has a main area where a few guests can gather around the fireplace. You look over at the crackling fire and spot a couple sitting close to one another, holding steaming mugs of some warm drink. The steam billows up while a woman takes a sip. As the door closes behind you, she turns your way and smiles before gazing once again at the fireplace. Heading down the hallway, you hear the creaking of the wooden floorboards beneath your feet. Soon you reach your room. It's a cozy bedroom with a large bed and rustic decor. A small pine tree sits in the corner, sending its lovely scent into the air. You slip off your boots and flick on a string of fairy lights on the wall by your bed that creates a welcoming mood. Across from your bed is a window. You walk over and pull open the curtains, closing your eyes and making a hopeful wish. For a moment, you look out at the mounds of snow, and then up at the clear, star-filled sky. With a yawn, you begin to prepare yourself for bed. Soon, You're pulling back the luxuriously soft blankets and slipping yourself between layers of bed sheets, one leg at a time. You fluff your pillows and then lean across to the bedside table to flick off the fairy lights. Then, like magic, you see the northern lights through your window. Glowing greens intertwine with soft whites in the sky. The lights move slowly, like they are dancing and humming along to a bedtime story. Time passes, and the lights glisten high above you. Before you know it, you can barely keep your eyes open. You blink slowly and softly as you drift into a restful slumber, dreaming about the magic of Arctic Finland and the dazzling aurora borealis. You find yourself tucked up in bed in a very cozy guest room. You are on the 10th floor of an old apartment building in New York City's Upper West Side. An old friend has generously offered to host you as you take in some of the sights. You're not just here as a tourist, however. You're also working on a personal research project that will require a visit to the main branch of the New York Public Library. Your research appointment at the famous Stephen A. Schwarzman building is tomorrow, and you are excited to see the resources you've been permitted to view. While browsing the library website, you were quite astounded by what you learned about this very famous main branch of the State Library. For example, it doesn't just house books. Among more than 15 million items at this flagship location, there are many priceless objects. The library owns a copy of the Gutenberg Bible, as well as original documents once authored and distributed by the founding fathers of the United States. And these are just the beginning. Apparently, whether you seek maps, audio files, illustrations, or films, you will find them all in this amazing place. You gently close your laptop and stow it next to the bed, turning off your little bedside lamp. Snuggling down into the covers, you turn over and gaze out the window. You're on an upper floor far above the ground, but the ambient light of the city makes its way into your darkened room, making rectangular patterns on the floor. It's surprisingly quiet all the way up here. The sounds of the city intrude only distantly through the thick walls of the building. This apartment is a cozy fortress that protects you from the constant heartbeat of the city outside. Your eyelids begin to feel heavy. You nestle your face into the crisp white pillowcase, breathing a few deep sighs. In your mind's eye, you imagine standing in front of the handsome Beaux-Arts marble building you will see tomorrow, in the very heart of the city. The library is famous for being a perfect example of this turn-of-the-century style. Featuring many of the elements of classical architecture, Beaux-Arts buildings like the library also have more ornate Renaissance-era flourishes that enhance their beauty, sometimes to jaw-dropping effect. You envision the wide stairs leading you between the library's famous guardians, the lions called Patience and Fortitude. You see yourself standing at the top of those stairs, under the neoclassical arches of the entryway. In your mind, as you pause there, it is almost nightfall. As the gloom of twilight descends, the air has that wet, cold feeling that tells you snow is coming. All is quiet, but you have a sense of anticipation. Something is about to happen. Looking around, you realize that the front steps of the library are uncharacteristically deserted. In fact, there is not even any traffic driving by on the street. You are entirely alone here. Or perhaps you are not. You cannot believe your eyes, but one of the lions, Patience, has moved from his pedestal and is calmly licking his paw nearby. As if noticing you are looking at him, the majestic marble beast stops bathing himself and yawns at you, rolling over on his side in a friendly way. You automatically look for the other lion, Fortitude, and realize he is walking in a circle some distance away. He's playfully chasing a wind-blown leaf that is scudding across the stairway. In short, the imposing guardians of the library are lolling about like two enormous kittens. You feel oddly unafraid of these friendly-looking cats, and you watch as Fortitude lets his leaf fly away. He sits for a moment, watching it go, and then turns and ascends the steps in an unhurried manner. Then he sits down by the front door and looks at you as if he's waiting. You are oddly compelled to follow him, and you slowly walk up the stone stairs. You hold out your hand, and he dips his head as if inviting you to pat his soft fur. He no longer looks like a cold marble lion. Instead, he is radiating warmth and softness. You bury your palm in his silky mane, and he leans into your hand. After accepting your greeting, he pushes at the front door with his nose, dislodging it ever so slightly. Intrigued, you reach out and attempt the door yourself. It is unlocked. You open the door wide, and fortitude dips under your arm and enters the grand foyer inside, as if expecting you will follow. You look behind you and see Patience waiting nearby. You open the door wider, and he slides gracefully through the opening as well. Taking a deep breath, you enter the building and let the door close behind you. You stand in the echoing entryway in awe, gazing up at the ornate carvings on the tall ceiling and reading the names of the donors etched on the walls. As if someone was expecting you, the tall candelabra light fixtures are illuminated. There is also a warm light glowing from the balcony on the second floor that overlooks the foyer. Turning around, you admire the very tall, arched windows over the front doors. Grey twilight filters through the glass. Formidable columns hold up the ceiling, but it feels as if it is weightless, soaring in graceful arches above your head. This building has a feeling of permanence, but it also conveys a mood of effortless space. As you turn in circles, taking in the majesty of this entryway, you realize that Patience is ambling in your direction. He has a lanyard hanging around his neck. The friendly lion sits just an arm's length away, and you reach out to examine his new neckwear. It is an ID pass card. Scrutinizing it more carefully, you are amazed to see that it has your name and photograph on it. You gently remove the lanyard from your feline companion, pulling it over his head. Having delivered his gift, he goes wandering into the recesses of the hallway. You don your new ID card, pulling it firmly over your own head and tugging on it as if to confirm that it's real. Looking up, you realize both lions have disappeared down the dimly lit first floor corridor. Having never been inside the library, you're not sure what to explore first, so you follow them into a wing that leads south. The lights of the city stream into the enormous arched window at the end of this long hallway, which glows with the light from large hanging pendants. Looking up, you are transfixed by the ornate decorations on the ceiling. You recall reading that they were made of plaster, but it looks for all the world like carved wood. The artistry is stunning. Bringing your gaze down again, you see the silhouettes of the lions as they move down the corridor and then disappear into a room to the left. Passing through the doorway behind them, you instantly recognize this space, which you read about yesterday. You can tell you are inside the beautiful periodical room. As much as any space in the library, you know this room is a window on the modern world. However, the cozy warmth of the furnishings also makes it feel like you've stepped into the past. Long wooden tables, now empty, are lit by low golden lamps. Elaborate woodwork graces the walls, framing a series of murals. These paintings all appear to be by the same artist, although they vary quite a bit in size. Making a circle around the room, you realize that they depict famous buildings in New York that are related to publishing. It seems a fitting subject for the periodical room. You pull out a chair and sit down on it, spreading your hands across the smooth wooden surface of the table. Then you look around the room, imagining it full of people who are reading newspapers from all over the world. The room almost hums with its own importance, as if it were waiting for another day to dawn and another influx of fresh publications to arrive. Turning your head to the right, you can see into a long room with more rich wood and more study tables. In contrast to the periodical room, this soaring space has white pillars that create a sense of light amidst the wood and dark plaster. Its round hanging chandeliers make you feel like you're looking into a medieval great hall. You pick up a paper map from a nearby display stand and discover that this is the part of the library specifically dedicated to Hebraica and Judaica. You could stay all evening in just these two rooms, but there is more for you to see. Patience and Fortitude have vanished back into the shadows of the main hallway. You step quietly after them, as if your very footsteps might disturb the tranquility of these venerable rooms. Looking down the hallway in the northerly direction, you see Fortitude staring at something on the wall. Intrigued to see what it is, you approach. When you arrive, you discover an elegant marble drinking fountain. The water flows through a golden lion's head. Fortitude cocks his head curiously to the side, appearing to consider this water-producing likeness of himself. You stand reverently for a moment, thinking that it is the grandest drinking fountain you've ever seen in your life. At this moment, Fortitude seems to have seen enough. He turns and disappears down a nearby corridor. You're about to follow, but your eye is drawn to a heavy, double wooden door. Above it, in gold lettering, are the words Map Division. You pull down on the lever handles, and the doors open without complaint. You find yourself in the most opulent room yet. The familiar, ornately carved wood surrounds you, but it's topped by the beautiful blue walls and a richly decorated, gilded ceiling. In the recesses of the room, you see bookshelves with neatly organized tomes. A gentle light emanates from the ceiling chandeliers, inviting you to spread out many maps and peruse them. The soaring arched windows are here as well. You can see the lights of the city outside, twinkling through the glass in the darkness. You recall reading that there are some 20,000 books and atlases available here, ranging from the 16th to the 21st centuries. Much like the periodical room, this feels like a space where you could have access to far-off places. There are city maps, antiquarian maps, topographic maps. The materials here allow you to travel across the world and across the centuries. It's hard to conceive how many maps are in this room. You don't want to lose track of your lion guides, so you slip back through the double doors and pull them softly closed behind you. You see that Patience is sitting there, waiting for you. As you appear, he turns and walks back in the direction of the entryway. In a moment, you find him sitting in front of another door. The first time you walked the hall, you hadn't even noticed this entrance. Its doors are not heavy wooden ones like the others. Rather, They are made of elegant glass, clearly legible in gold lettering. It says, "Treasures, the Polonsky Exhibition." Peering inside, you see a room full of classical pillars and arches with artfully arranged display cases. The light in the room is dim, but each display is illuminated so that the item inside is visible. The glass doors give the interior hall the feeling of being in a carefully preserved vacuum, where all its priceless objects must be protected. On this night, no door seems off limits to you. Wrapping your hand thoughtfully around the card at your neck, you gently push the doors of the exhibit open and let yourself in. You're standing in a breathtaking space. Many marble columns and pilasters in the classical style are holding up an intricately carved wooden ceiling. The geometric coffers in the ceiling soar above the marble walls and floor. The overall effect is a feeling of both gravity and lightness. It takes you a moment to draw your eyes away from the features of the room itself and focus on the treasures within. The exhibition at first seems like a random collection of items, including art pieces, documents, furniture, and even toys. Curious to discover what connects them, you begin to wander. You stop in front of a handwritten document that is browning with age in places. You can see the folds across the middle where it was once creased. Reading the information, you discover this is an actual copy of the Declaration of Independence, written by the hand of Thomas Jefferson. We hold these truths to be self-evident, you whisper to yourself as you try to make out the fine script. You've heard the words many times, and now it seems as if they are calling to you, down through the centuries. You take a deep breath and hold it, as if to avoid leaving your mark on this delicate document. Then you exhale, smiling to yourself. The artifact is safe inside its climate-controlled case. A little way ahead, you stop and examine the Hunt Lennox globe. This is one of the oldest known globes of the Earth. Because it was created just after Columbus's first voyage, it omits North America. You vaguely recall that this globe is notable for being only one of two that ever bore the notation, "Here be dragons." Your eye roams the brown and detailed terrain of this marvelous old piece. It shows a partial world, really, a time when the imagination was all that could complete the map. Your eye is drawn to the most massive and colourful book you've ever seen. In keeping with the theme of early exploration, the title is Birds of America by John James Audubon. You further discover that it is the largest book in the New York Public Library, and in fact, one of the largest ever printed. Apparently, Audubon had wanted to draw every bird species in North America. This book was a bold effort to show them to scale. The colours in this piece are a feast for the eyes. It could easily be the most sumptuous book you've ever seen. Even your special ID card will not enable you to pull this treasure from its safe display case and page through it. However, you imagine yourself sitting with it for hours, soaking up its beauty. Reluctantly turning away from it, you approach a long case that contains numerous items. The theme seems to be literary, but there are many precious manuscripts and drawings here. It doesn't take you long to zero in on what turns out to be Shakespeare's first folio. What most people don't realise is that it was published after Shakespeare's lifetime, yet it contains 18 plays that had never appeared in print before. Had it not been for this remarkable book, plays such as Macbeth and The Tempest would have been lost. Even though the volume contains a reasonably accurate portrait of Shakespeare himself, his friend Ben Jonson writes in the introduction that a reader seeking to know him should look not upon his picture, but his book. And you do look upon this book with wonder, thinking about how it set the course for literature in the ensuing centuries. How lucky you are to see it in person. Circling around the display case, you pass by several precious books and manuscripts you recognize by their titles. However, there is also a walking stick, which seems a bit out of place among these other items. The plaque says that it once belonged to author Virginia Woolf. You recall reading that the library also owned a large collection of Woolf's manuscripts and letters. Seeing the walking stick makes her seem so present and real. You are quite moved. You've just made a complete circuit around this case of literary wonders when you spy something curious all the way across the room. Almost tiptoeing on the marble, you set a course for a small display case along the back of the hall. Inside it are a plucky band of well-loved stuffed animals. You don't need a plaque to tell you what they are. you can see clearly Winnie the Pooh, Eeyore, a teeny tiny little piglet, Kanga, and Tigger. These are the original playmates of Christopher Robin Milne, who inspired the classic stories with his playtime adventures. Seeing Pooh and his friends, you are flooded with happiness. It's so sweet to remember a time when stories held such magic. You think to yourself that Christopher Robin's father, A. Milne, truly offered a priceless gift to the children of the world with his writing. Without any sense of time passing, you continue your trip around the room, taking in treasured items that celebrate pioneers in the areas of equality and civil rights. You see letters, postcards, manuscripts, and photos of key historical figures and events. You feast your eyes on sculpture and sheet music by great composers. So much is contained just in this one exhibition, a testament to all the New York Public Library has preserved for everyone. When you've finally seen the entire exhibit, you realize that you don't know where your lions have gone. Gently pushing open the doors that lead back to the hallway, you see Patience and Fortitude strolling casually about the entrance hall, waiting for you. The arched windows over the library entrance let in a soft white light from outside, but most of the foyer is glowing with the golden illumination from the candelabra fixtures. As you approach, the lions slowly rise and walk towards one of the grand marble staircases that flank the room, leading to the second floor. You're looking forward to seeing the upstairs, especially the grand spaces on the third floor. Patience and Fortitude seem to know this. Without stopping, they pass through the next level and continue to the top, where some of the library's greatest delights still await you. As you finish climbing the stairs, your eyes are drawn to the ceiling of the third floor rotunda. Like other rooms in the library, the walls are richly covered in carved wood, lending this soaring space a feeling of warmth and intimacy that belies its size. The tall ceilings are the most remarkable detail, however. They are painted with beautiful murals that remind you of an Italian church. The figures in the murals float effortlessly in the sky, surrounded by gold detailing. Bringing your gaze down, you see that the room in front of you is called the Public Catalogue Room. You leave the rotunda behind and walk through the doors into its large open spaces. Not to be outdone by the rotunda, This dignified room has a stunning mural covering much of the ceiling. Framing the mural is another elaborately decorated ceiling accented in gold. Massive chandeliers hang from it, generously lighting the space. The room is filled with long desks that have computers on them. You know that many years ago there were actual card catalogue files here. You stand wistfully in the centre of this portal, which gives the world access to all the research materials the library has to offer. You think about how you would like to feel the old card drawers slide open and flip through their contents, just like everyone did decades ago. Of course, a modern system of cataloguing materials has its advantages. How else could the library offer so many resources? What intrigues you so much is that the domain of the library is much greater than what meets the eye. In fact, 120,000 square feet of storage space and 84 miles of bookshelves are nestled safely underneath nearby Bryant Park. You're amazed to find that this is enough to accommodate 3.2 million books and 500,000 reels of microfilm. All this compact storage is made possible by the novel method of storing items by size rather than by title or subject. Apparently, grouping like-size items together increases the storage capacity by 40%. All of this is just sitting no more than 6 feet below the lovely grounds where New Yorkers stroll, relax, and dine together in the park behind the building. It is the most fabulous secret, you think. But the tale of the park storage holds even more delightful revelations. In fact, the method of delivering materials from under Bryant Park into the library is via a plucky little train. Librarians are stationed in this climate-controlled underground bunker where they await materials requests. Then they load the materials into little red cars that are decorated with an image of a lion and send them chugging up to the appropriate room in the building above. An item could make this trip within an hour, magically appearing indoors without a chaperone, riding the rails to meet its eager recipient. This truly is a place of wonders, you muse. Your lions aren't in the catalogue room with you anymore, but you have no doubt where they have gone. You are filled with delicious anticipation as you face the door to the most famous room in the library, the one you've most yearned to see. Patience and fortitude have preceded you into the famous Rose Reading Room. The space is divided down the middle by a circulation desk, so you have to decide whether to turn left or right. This, the largest room in the library, stretches 78 feet wide and 297 feet in length. That's nearly the size of an American football field. You choose to enter the right-hand half of the hall, where you stand under the 52-foot ceiling and gaze up in wonder at the artistic masterpiece above. Turning slowly in a circle, you admire the 3 gorgeous murals. Each is embedded in its own intricate tray of the ceiling. The scenes are filled with cherubs, frothy clouds, and gold detail. Huge rosettes frame each mural like decorations on a cake. In contrast with other parts of the library, this room lacks the usual supporting columns. The ceiling appears to defy gravity, levitating effortlessly far above. Due to clever feats of engineering, no support columns are needed. The lavish and unbroken space openly invites the visitor in. It says, "Welcome, there is room for everyone here." And there is certainly room for you tonight. On any other day, you would share this space with countless readers, researchers, and visitors. The sound of turning pages and tapping keyboards would hover all around you, and that is usually a comforting aspect of the library. Tonight, however, you will have a rare and secret experience. This room, this masterpiece of architecture, one of the greatest spaces in any library in the world, is just for you. Your eyes scan the majestic windows, and you see that a gentle snowfall has arrived. Impossibly large, downy flakes are drifting gracefully across every pane of glass. You are filled with a sense of quiet joy and the comforting feeling of being cocooned inside a luxurious snow globe. Only you are allowed inside. The entire center of the room is filled with long wooden tables. Each is warmly lit by lamps that are spaced at intervals, casting just the right amount of golden glow. Best of all, in a nod to the true charm of libraries everywhere, there is an open stack selection of reference books that lines the perimeter of the entire room. Any of the 600 people who might be in the room at a given moment may walk up and consult these books without a librarian. Luckily for you, there are not 600 people here tonight. The entire collection of beautiful books is yours to peruse. You turn to your right and slowly scan the shelves. The first stack is filled with materials about American literature. You pluck one book from that shelf and tuck it under your arm. The next row of books is all about English literature. You choose a volume based entirely on the fact that it's a colour you like. Circling to the other side of the room, you come upon Roman literature, and then in a second row of bookshelves behind it, you choose an item from social sciences. When you've walked the full circuit of the room, you cradle the stack of books in your arms and stroll to the very centre, choosing a spot at the end of one of the long study tables. You lay down one of the books, running your hand over its cloth-bound cover and straightening it nicely in front of the chair. Then you walk a few spots further and set down another one of your books. You do this until all the books have a place. You pause with a great feeling of satisfaction. Starting at the beginning again, you sit in front of the first book, tucking your chair comfortably under the table. You gently flip it open, inhaling its intoxicating old paper scent. You wonder to yourself how long it's been since another reader selected this book, and what they were researching when they did. The volume has pretty illustrations. You begin turning the pages, and then settle in to complete a chapter. Every word fascinates you. You don't know how much time passes as you lose yourself in the book. After a while, you remember that you have other books here too. With a decadent feeling, you close this one and survey the rest. You stand up, carefully pushing your chair back in its place under the table. Then you change seats. This new vantage point has you facing the other side of the room. You run your hand across the carved edge of the table, feeling the detailed design that adorns it. Lifting your chin, you peer out of the windows. The snow falls silently and heavily without stopping. Delighted by your ongoing privacy, you confidently open the second book and begin to pore over it. The paper feels thick and substantial between your fingers as you turn page after page. At some point, you look around for patience and fortitude. Like sentinels, they are lying in the doorway. They are not asleep, but they appear to have settled in, as if you are expected to stay for some time. As you watch, Patience rests his head on his paws and blinks his eyes slowly. You stand up from your chair and walk to the information desk that divides the room in half. There is nobody there, but you can see the little red circulation train parked inside. It has one volume standing in it, and you feel you absolutely must see what this book is. Once again, wrapping your hand around the ID tag at your neck, you slide across the counter and stand inside the circulation desk. Picking up the book from the train, you see it is a collection of fairy tales. Delighted, you take the book and let yourself out of the circulation booth. Not wanting to leave any part of the Rose reading room unseen, you enter the left-hand side and choose one of the many identical empty places at yet another long table. There, you settle comfortably into your chair, and by the glow of the lamp, you begin to read. Castles, princesses, magic spells, and heroic quests unfold before you. Time loses all meaning, and this snowbound night in the library is all you know. You're not sure when it happens, but you have fallen asleep. Your eyes are closed, and your head is resting on something soft. At first, you imagine it is one of your lions. As you become more alert, however, you realize it is a pillow. Opening your eyes, you find you are in your friend's cozy bedroom on the Upper West Side, and the snow is falling heavily through the lamplight outside. Closing your eyes again, you realize that you must have been dreaming, but the visions you had felt so detailed, so real, and you yearn to be back within the walls of the library once again. Snuggling into your downy pillow, you invite sleep to return. You imagine yourself once again ensconced in that magical palace of books. With patience and fortitude as your companions, you are again privy to every conceivable masterpiece of the written word. You pull the cover up and tuck it around your shoulders. Then, happily, your dream continues. It is mid-December in coastal Maine, and night falls early. At 4 in the afternoon, Mara pulls the chain on the solid brass desk lamp, which has been in this place far longer than she has. She thinks about the bookstore's history, about the men and women who've minded the shop before her, and she hopes there will be many generations after she has gone. A town needs a proper bookseller. It's more than simply a brick-and-mortar space to buy books. A bookstore is a source of comfort on difficult days, and it's where the community gathers, thinks Mara. She is cheered by the pretty glow of the chipped Tiffany-style lampshade. This lamp keeps Mara company on many long evenings throughout the winter in this little business on Main Street. She is at work in a small town that is actually large enough to support 3 bookstores and 4 coffee shops, as well as 2 museums, numerous art galleries, and a seafood restaurant housed inside an old car ferry docked in the marina. There is an oyster bar and a wine bar, and a dive bar for good measure. There is a fabric shop with whimsical curtains, and a tavern where young people gather on weekends. Mara was not born in this coastal town, but one quite like it a few hours' drive away. The ocean is always home. She feels connected to the like-minded people who live and work in Rockland, whether they grew up there or, like her, somehow found their way north to the slightly eccentric, picturesque hamlet of artists and fishermen. She spent decades searching for that sense of belonging, and she's grateful to have found it in a town in Maine with a real working waterfront and many folks who still make an honest living from the sea. It's a town that welcomes and fosters creativity. Everyone seems to be an artisan, a musician, a writer, or a weaver in their spare time. Painters like Andrew Wyeth and Edward Hopper famously captured the way the light plays on weathered houses over the lonely, sublime ocean and on the careworn, noble faces of the men and women who live here. Maine calls to artistic souls, and Mara has finally put down roots. Living here, the years of her life have settled into a comfortable rhythm. Winter in a tourist town is dedicated to projects and creative pursuits. And it's a time for fun too. Skiing at the Snow Bowl on the mountain, or skating on the lakes and rivers that run through the woods. Mara appreciates the luxury of time from November through to April. In the warmer months, it seems everyone is busy. They're working hard, catering to day trippers and people who come up from cities to summer in their seaside houses. In winter, the town rests and regroups. Friends reconnect and draw warmth out of the cold by creating a meaningful life and deepening community ties. There is time to volunteer at the senior home and make food for the homebound in the community kitchen. It's a balanced way of living in harmony with nature, and it makes sense to take winter seriously. Winters can be harsh, with weeks, even months of endless snow and ice. Certainly, the nights at this time of year can feel long when the temperature drops and the darkness descends early. Mara knows she must be prepared for extreme weather. But with enough wood for the stove and oil in the fuel tank, and with warm clothes and a stocked pantry, she can delight in the wildness and the beauty. For it is a very beautiful place. The ocean, which in summer is striking and playful, in winter is wonderfully forbidding. The Atlantic comes in with a stern warning. It crashes and turns steel grey. It can even ice over in the harbour, creating dramatic and jagged sculptures. On the coldest days, there is sea smoke rising from the water. It has a haunted quality. She would not like to swim in those frigid waters now. When Mara looks out of the shop window, she can see those lonely pine trees Maine is so well known for, as well as 2 lighthouses that frame the picture. And she sees the lobster boats coming in from Hull. The winter catch is smaller than the bustling summer lobster business. Some fishermen use winter to do gear work, to make improvements to their traps and line. It is the ideal time to restore old boats. But there are also men and women who brave the icy seas to fish the deep all winter. It is such a luxury to have this seafood all to themselves come December, the locals think. Turning away from the window, Mara shifts her attention to her surroundings. She loves the snug rooms and creaky wooden floors of the bookstore, which overlooks the harbour. The radiator clacks and steams. Then there is the leather armchair, buttery soft, where so many customers sit to discover the first few pages of a new book. There's the braided rug the last bookseller made herself from rags, a traditional craft in the old days. And there's a handsome wooden ladder on a track that wraps around the walls. It smells of sandalwood. Now that it's the holiday season, there is also the scent of the cinnamon broom and pine from the tabletop tree, which Mara snipped from the woods. The little tree is simply lit with fairy lights, its base wrapped in cream-coloured felt, trimmed in gold. And then there are the books. Mara loves the densely packed shelves and stacks on the floor. No matter how many books sell, there always seems to be more. Many are like old friends. There are customers for all titles and genres. It's so nice how some people will reliably come in every Tuesday for a new release. The shop carries new fiction from favourite authors, as well as emerging writers and interesting presses. Art books are popular, as well as philosophy, religion, and spirituality. And tarot cards sell well this time of year, as do greeting cards. There is a well-curated section of cookbooks and a small but important poetry corner. The most cheerful nook is the area devoted to children's books. Mara loves choosing picture books, as well as graphic novels and chapter books for her youngest clientele. Reading aloud is something she takes particular joy in doing at Christmas time. Every December, around this time, she runs an event for families. There are seasonal stories and cookies and cocoa for the young and young at heart. This bookshop is upstairs in an old brick building. The halls are wood-panelled, and the banister is solid and ornately carved. There are other shops in the building, but mostly offices. Some still have the old doors with frosted glass panes and transom windows above the heavy wood. This is a building that feels as if it will endure through the ages, despite the changes that occur outside. Down the hall is a therapist, and there is a yoga studio upstairs. There is even a cobbler, perhaps the last one in town, just above the bookstore. Because of this, all sorts of people visit the building daily. This feels like a gift in and of itself. Downtown still has a quality of aliveness. Of course, During the holidays, it is especially vibrant, and the streets are filled with shoppers. They are loaded up with packages and bags, popping in and out of shops. They have rosy cheeks, cute hats, and warm mittens and boots. But at the bookstore, there will be no more customers today. As the clock strikes 5, Mara dutifully turns the sign on the door so it reads closed to the outside. She marks her place and closes the biography she was reading, then shuts down the computer. She turns off the music and each of the lights. Then she changes out of her ballet slippers and into fleece-lined, tall, waterproof boots. She bundles into her hat, puffer coat, long scarf, and leather gloves, and she walks down the creaking steps and out into the evening. It is cold on the sidewalk, but a beautiful kind of cold. It feels like snow is coming. Boats and buoys are clanging in the harbour. The air smells like good things to eat from the neighbourhood bistros. Steak and garlic, and mussels and wine. Inside the large restaurant windows, couples and groups of friends look content over large dishes of pasta. They are sharing small plates of citrus-scented olives, warm almonds, cheeses and crab dip, and frizzled greens with roasted garlic and bread. Mara starts the car remotely, so it is warm and humming when she opens the door. Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker suite plays through the speakers. The slow ride out of Rockland is spent enjoying the light displays on and around the houses in the neighbourhood and along the rural route. Mara turns left at the neoclassical mansion on the hill, admiring the Widow's Walk and imposing columns. She smiles at the 12-foot-tall wooden cutouts of St. Nicholas and his reindeer, Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, and Blitzen. And yes, there is red-nosed Rudolph, all lit up, as well as cartoonish elves carrying enormous presents. There is a spotlight on the grand white building, and enormous wreaths are hung over every door and window. Mara imagines a Victorian banquet going on inside, with roaring fires in every room, children devouring sugared ginger, and musicians playing fiddles for numerous people dancing. Route 131 is a gentle, rural road with sweeping vistas down the hayfields, all the way to the tidal river. In autumn, pumpkins are grown in those fields. And soon, when there is a proper covering of snow, families will sled on the soft powder. And when it is once again summer, there will be a fireworks display for the 4th of July over the water. The entire town will gather in the event barn for lobster and strawberry pie. Every season is celebrated here in this bucolic corner of the world. The drive is pleasant and so pretty, with handsome decorations on almost every house. There are coloured lights in the bushes, icicle lights hanging from eaves, and soon there is the sturdy sign for Tennant's Harbour. Mara crosses the border and sighs happily, even more relaxed and ready to be home. Finally, she arrives. How pretty and warm my house looks, she thinks. Mara loves her small cottage in between the forest and the sea. The simple wreath hanging on the front door is fragrant and locally grown. The decoration was made by the neighbours, a retired couple. They are of Finnish descent and built a sauna behind their house. It's so delightful to see them laughing, running like children from the snug cedar building to plunge into the freezing cove. Mara is pleased she left the porch lights on. It's a wide and welcoming wraparound porch with twinkling fairy lights and tin stars strung from above. Near the door, there's a stack of decorative presents wrapped in brown paper with rich-looking ribbon. Abundant evergreen garlands are draped over every window. The brass keyring with the charms and medallions is easy to find in her bag. Mara puts her silver key in the lock, and it opens with a satisfying click. When she crosses the threshold, she is struck by how cozy it is inside and how good it feels to be in one's own sweet home. Sitting on the upholstered bench, Mara removes her heavy boots and thick woolen socks, lining them up neatly on the mat. Then she exhales from her belly with a sense of contentment and delight. She hangs her coat by the gold-framed mirror and pauses at her red-cheeked reflection, smiling. It's a snug two-story house, white with grey shutters. It tends to be warm in the winter, cool in summer, and always filled with sunlight during the day. Mara lights a few white candles on the sideboard and turns on the electric candles in all the windows. She lights the hurricane lamp and turns on the electric fire. Next, she plugs in the great balsam tree. It's covered with twinkling white lights, heirloom ornaments, cranberry and popcorn garlands, dried orange slices, and a bright star on top. Mara puts the kettle on and curls up on the overstuffed love seat in the kitchen. She takes a few minutes to simply breathe, grounding herself in the sights and smells of the home and the holidays. It's good that it only lasts a few weeks, she thinks. It is ephemeral. Otherwise, it would not be so special. As she breathes in, she smells her neighbour's wood-burning stove and the scents of cloves and orange. Unlatching a large glass jar, she scoops a heaping spoonful of dried sage and rosemary from the summer garden. Then she pours boiling water over a strainer into a porcelain teapot. Fine things ought to be regularly used, thinks Mara. These leaves don't need to steep for long. She uses a wooden dipper to stir in cranberry honey, which adds the perfect amount of sour and sweet to the steaming mug of herbal tea. Sage is for wisdom and opening the throat, she thinks, and rosemary for remembrance. Mara takes a sip of the wonderful brew that sustains her all throughout winter. For a moment, she is reminded of summer. She feels the sun on her face and dirt under her nails, and smells the fertile earth. She planted the sage at midsummer, outside in the garden, at this very hour, barefoot in the heat. How amazing to be alive on this earth with its seasons, and to get to experience each one so deeply. Mara has an entire hour stretching before her to putter around the house, to meditate, read, water the plants, listen to music, weave or play guitar, or simply sit by the tree. She likes to look closely at each ornament and recall where it came from, where she was and how she felt when she bought or acquired it. It is sort of like time travel. Each pretty object is a portal that lets her fall through time. Reminiscing and traditions are such an important part of the holiday season, thinks Mara. to look back at where you were, to wonder where you are heading, and to be exactly where you are. She carefully places a Nat King Cole record on the turntable and gently moves the arm, setting the needle lightly on the outermost track. Settling into a comfy armchair with a soft woven blanket that smells faintly of cedar, and with a pot of tea and a plate of iced ginger cookies on the table, Mara experiences a moment of true bliss. The clock strikes 6. A liminal hour well spent, thinks Mara. She gazes across the room towards the tree, almost as tall as the ceiling of the cottage. It is a potent symbol of renewal and life everlasting. The evergreen tree reminds us there is always green life growing somewhere, flowering. It holds the knowledge, the promise, the certainty that spring will come again. After the winter solstice, the light will indeed begin its return. Days will slowly grow longer. Even at the darkest time, there is cause for hope. Mara went to the woods herself for this beautiful specimen of a conifer. Across the street from her cottage, there are woods of the softest moss, tall pines that sway in the breeze, stones that seem to keep ancient secrets, and deciduous trees such as birch and maple. The trails are freshly cut by an old man on a small bulldozer. He mulches the wood from cut trunks and branches and makes beautiful wide paths through the woods. On a bright, brisk morning last week, Mara set out with her sled to select this year's tree. She walked through the clearing, past the stream, past the tree that was good for climbing, and the tree with a low branch where the children liked to swing. Mara left the path to scurry down the hill, where the Atlantic Ocean was waiting. Water crashed over the rocks at a place called Roaring Spout. There, she grounded herself in the elements, breathing in the cleansing salt air. She took her bow saw, a simple tool bought from the local hardware store, and got down close to the ground, working carefully to cut through the trunk with the serrated blade. It was soft and bursting with fragrant sap. Mara was on her belly, touching the earth. She got right underneath the great tree and said a blessing as she safely took it down. Afterwards, she was proud and beaming as she heaved the conifer onto a sled and pulled it home. Back in the present moment, Mara looks at the clock above the sink and sees it is time to go. She almost forgot about tonight's event, a favourite annual tradition. She adds a layer of long johns and another sweater, as well as thick woolen socks and a matching scarf purchased from the open-air Christmas market. Then she packs a jar of homemade marshmallows dipped in graham cracker crumbs and a thermos of hot cocoa, which makes a perfect, drinkable s'more. She is meeting friends for a nature walk on a trail not far from home. This wintry outing is based on a children's book by Eve Bunting called The Night Tree, and it entails bringing all sorts of organic food. Pine cones coated with peanut butter, apple slices, popcorn, seeds and nuts, and even oatmeal cookies. Mara and her friends hang the food on a tree for the woodland animals to enjoy during the darkest part of the year. It is a simple and inclusive holiday ritual. Sometimes the group spontaneously breaks into song, or one person speaks a prayer or poem. Mary Oliver is a perennial favourite. No matter what transpires, it is a wondrous night, full of magic and meaning. Mara drives slowly, enjoying the Christmas classics on the radio, the silly and the sacred. She arrives at the meeting point in just a few minutes. She sees many familiar faces, still recognizable, all bundled up. Some friends have opened up their car tailgates and are breaking out thermoses of coffee and tea. Some have brought sandwiches wrapped in wax paper, spiced cookies with white icing, and orange and cranberry cakes to share. Others have instruments. Mara loves the sound of a fiddle and guitar under the stars. This is a merry group of old friends and new, young and elderly, and everything in between. There are children with grandparents, multiple generations out for a happy gathering. Some folks carry baskets on their backs in order to collect firewood, pine cones, or other treasures from the walk. They are high on a hill in a field and must walk through a meadow into another copse in order to find the right tree. Carrying torches and lanterns, they stay together, laughing and calling out into the night. Each of Mara's friends has brought something special. Ben from England always makes his own version of twiglets, a sort of pretzel rod made from spent grains. They have a distinctive and homey bakery taste. Ben also brews beer and presses apples for cider at his farm. He makes jam from blueberries that grow wild on his property and apple butter from his orchard. Aura is a cheesemaker, and she brings rounds of silken camembert and wedges of peppery blue cheese. Jacob is a luthier, and he brings his best fiddle to play, while his wife builds a great bonfire. Mary plays her ukulele, and Alden plays a Celtic drum called a bowron. Ashby's family is Wabanaki and has a cranberry bog. She brings small canvas bags of gorgeous cranberries as presents for everyone. Andrew forages for acorns and grinds them into flour, which make the most wonderful pancakes. He also taps maples in spring and boils the sap into amber syrup in his hand-built sugar shack. The bottles are beautiful, and the syrup is wonderful on pancakes, in coffee, or even over fresh snow. There is so much heritage and hard work represented in this diverse group of people. The spirit is generous, and all sentient beings are looked after. Mara thinks of the deer, the foxes, the raccoons, and the pine martens that track through this wood, as well as all the birds flitting over the trees. She hopes they are all well fed and ready for deepest winter. It's a simple thing, Mara thinks, to care for one another. It isn't hard to do, but we must remember. It is important to pay attention and carve out time. This is what makes life meaningful. Mara feels blessed to be able to do this. She walks purposefully, crunching over the barely frosted grass. The friends make their way into a thicket of not-so-tall pines. They pull out their offerings from their bags. Then they string their edible garlands and hang ornaments of food, gifts to sustain any creature who comes hungry. The friends sing to the tree, to one another, and to the animals. When they are through, they quietly return to their cars. After the revelry, before it gets very late, it is finally time to head home for the night. It has been a long, good day, Mara is sleepy, ready for bed. She has exercised and socialized and done all the necessary mental and physical work for today. It was satisfying and fulfilling. There is nothing more to be done. Now she can rest. Mara feels tired in her muscles and bones. On the car ride home, she feels the seat warming her thighs and back. Her little house looks so enchanting, all lit up. She says a quiet word of thanks and goes up the path into her cottage, counting stars up above. She makes a wish, and she vows to learn their names and constellations better in the new year. Inside, she turns off all the lights, but for the one over the stove. A private ritual she savors every night. She locks the doors and sets out the jar of coffee and mocha pot for morning. Then she pads up the carpeted stairs in bare feet. In the bathroom, Mara turns on the tap and waits for the water to warm. She washes her face with a cloth and gentle cleanser, then pats her skin dry with a thick cotton towel. She then applies a light face lotion, moving her fingers in a circular direction. Mara always brings intention to this nightly routine. Next, she uses a boar bristle hairbrush she received last Christmas as a present. And then she brushes her teeth carefully, lovingly, and enjoys the mouthful of white minty foam. She rinses it from her mouth and then takes a small sip of water from the glass that always sits right there. The routine itself prepares her for rest. The motions are so familiar. They are sleep-inducing. Her steps to bed are such a comfort. Mara counts them, as she does every night, inhaling slowly and exhaling gently. In her room, the bedside lamp is glowing. Her bedtime novel is waiting patiently, a work of historical fiction by a favorite author. The bed is a high four-poster. It's an inherited antique with a doubly thick mattress and box spring. The duvet is snow white, as are the linen sheets, perfectly washed and worn in. There are 6 fluffy pillows and a grey linen bolster. Over the bed hangs a mobile of driftwood and stars. Another gift. Under the bed, Mara's soft slippers are ready for morning. There is nothing left to do or say except good night. Ellie couldn't wait to spend the evening visiting her great auntie Jane. As she walked down the tree-lined avenue of the city street, a few snowflakes blew past her. The temperatures were frosty today. It was the perfect weather for spending the night in her aunt's cozy apartment, catching up over a hot mug of cocoa. This annual holiday visit was a much-loved tradition for both Ellie and Jane. After a lovely evening by the fire, Ellie would sleep over in her auntie's spare room. Then she would have a festive holiday breakfast with Jane in the morning. She wouldn't miss it for the world and looked forward to it every year. Ellie pulled her scarf up over her nose as the gusty December winds met her head-on. She didn't have much further to go. Her auntie's grand old apartment building rose up ahead on the corner. It was 10 stories tall and flaunted the grand style of yesteryear. Elaborate masonry decorated the exterior with elegant details. Spaced evenly along the sidewalks of the avenue, massive old trees spread their boughs to the sky. Approaching this corner where Jane lived always gave Ellie the feeling she had travelled back in time. Climbing the short, wide steps to the entryway of the building, Ellie pushed inside. As she opened the door, the wind ushered in a few lingering fallen leaves in a swirling cyclone. Once she was in the hall, she stood in front of the old-fashioned directory on the wall. All the names of all the tenants were posted next to fancy doorbells. Choosing her auntie's name, she pushed the pearly button for apartment 9C and waited for the little beep that would tell her the security door had been released, allowing her inside. She didn't have to wait long. In moments, she was standing in the old elevator, slowly travelling upward. This was a lift that was never in a hurry. Ellie smiled to herself, thinking about how many people had ridden in this elevator over the decades. When the doors slid open on the 9th floor, Ellie's auntie was already waiting for her, with her door open and a broad smile across her face. She was delighted to welcome her niece and ushered her right inside. Ellie stopped to shed her warm coat and all her other winter things inside the hallway. After hanging them on one of the pegs there, she stepped into the living room with a sense of anticipation. Jane was one of those people who loved the holidays, and her apartment always showed it. Each year, she spent many hours putting up her beloved Christmas decorations. Her tree was covered in ornaments that dated as far back as the 1950s, and she still used the strings of huge coloured lights that were popular decades ago. Jane was a music teacher. The glossy black top of her grand piano was covered in festive cards from students past and present. The most amazing part of Jane's holiday decorations, however, was her incredibly detailed model Christmas village, which was spread out on white cotton snow under her tree. The village stretched for many yards, and she had added to it over the years. Every house, car, and figurine was part of an elaborate story in this magical model village, and Jane delighted in telling the tale to any children who came to visit. Ellie had always been awestruck by the elaborate fantasy as a little girl. She had grown up thinking of the Christmas village as one of the best stories of her holiday. As they got situated on the comfy sofa, Ellie found herself wondering what had been added to the village this year. As she and her Auntie Jane chatted about their latest news and shared some stories, Ellie found herself gazing at the cozy-looking scene with so many pieces she knew by heart. There was the train station, where travellers stood eternally poised for arrival or departure. And over there was the high street of town, where busy villagers shopped, visited the post office, and exchanged greetings on the snowy pavements. Slightly set back from the street was the village green and the sledding hill, where a Christmas tree sparkled and two little figures skated on the frozen pond. Here and there, making little trips, were antique cars and trucks, some containing tiny wrapped presents. Ellie couldn't resist this fairy tale hamlet. Ever since she was a child, it had made her feel transported to a magical place. Auntie Jane brought her a cup of hot chocolate, complete with 2 big marshmallows. Setting it down next to a plate of cookies, she followed Ellie's gaze to the village. With a sparkle in her eye, she offered to show her the latest addition to the town. Ellie happily knelt down next to the village and challenged herself to spot the new building. It took a few moments, but she found it. She declared triumphantly that it was the sweet shop. Jane clapped her hands approvingly and settled back in a nearby armchair, while Ellie continued to eagerly survey the cottony landscape under the tree. The sweet shop was now the last store at the end of the high street, at the opposite end from the train station and the village green. A small figure of a woman stood outside with an even tinier figure of a child next to her. They were looking at the windows as if discussing what they would buy. Ellie's eye travelled down the street to the general store. She knew the little boy named Danny and his dog Buddy would be outside, peeking in the window. She liked to think he was scouting out potential Christmas presents. After scrutinizing the village for a little while longer, Ellie returned to her corner of the sofa and slowly drank her hot chocolate, savouring small bits of cookie between sips. Meanwhile, she proudly walked her auntie through the story of the town, showing that she remembered almost every detail of the festive scene. The night darkened outside the windows, and eventually Ellie and Jane realized that their mugs were empty and the cookies had been eaten. Soon, they both found themselves politely yawning at the same time and laughed. It was time to turn in for the night. Ellie made her way down the narrow hall to the snug little guest bedroom, which she'd slept in many times. A queen-sized white iron bed filled most of the room, with an antique oak dresser. Next to the bed, a sweet little side table, providing everything else she might need. She'd loved this luxurious retreat as a child. The bed was piled with lots of big, downy pillows. She'd brought only a simple overnight bag with her, so it wasn't long before she was in her soft pajamas, snuggling down into the covers. As she rested her cheek on the crisp, cool white pillowcase, Ellie watched the snowflakes swirling around the window pane, lit by the tall street lights from below. The motion of the snow was mesmerizing. It made her think of scenes from a ballet, as if 100 little dancers spun in frothy tutus. Without even realizing it, she dozed off to the light sound of the snow pattering against the glass. As imperceptibly as she had transitioned into sleep, she was slowly awakened. She had an odd feeling that she was moving, rocking ever so slightly back and forth. Then she realized she was hearing a tick-tock, tick-tock in the background. In her slightly fuzzy state, she thought to herself that she hadn't recalled Auntie Jane having a grandfather clock. Then, more clearly, that her aunt certainly didn't have a grandfather clock. Opening her eyes, she was amazed to see that the scene outside her window was no longer of the snow 9 floors above street level. Instead, she was at ground level, where a train platform was sliding very slowly into view. Looking down at herself, she realized she was not in her bed at all. Rather, she was sitting in her pajamas on a velvet train seat in an otherwise empty carriage. The movement came to a gentle halt. Surveying her surroundings in disbelief, Ellie looked at her hands and then touched them to the window. As she did so, a small girl on the platform waved back at her extended palm, as if in greeting. Not only could Ellie see the platform, but the people on the platform could see her. Just then, the door to the carriage slid open to reveal a conductor. He was wearing spectacles and had his cap at a stylish angle. "This is your stop, ma'am," he said cheerfully. Still confused, Ellie asked what stop that might be. "Well, it's Holiday Haven, of course," he responded with a grin. Rising from her seat, Ellie looked around her. There was no luggage at all in the compartment. The conductor seemed to note her concern. "Don't worry, you won't need any luggage. Everything you could want is here." Then, tipping his hat politely, he disappeared down the carriage. Walking barefoot down the length of the carriage, Ellie reached the end and peered out onto the platform. A few people stood in small clusters here and there, happily chatting. Some had luggage, and others seemed to be meeting travellers or dropping them off. The little girl who had waved to Ellie was enthusiastically talking to the station attendant. He seemed enormously entertained by whatever she was saying. Stepping onto the concrete platform, Ellie was surprised to find that her bare feet didn't even feel cold. Strangely, everyone here was dressed warmly in old-fashioned cloaks and coats with hats and mufflers, but all Ellie felt was an invigorating freshness, the kind you smell in the air when fresh snow is coming. She wasn't the least bit chilly. As she tentatively walked across the platform, a few people nodded at her with a smile. Nobody seemed to think her pajamas seemed at all out of place. This filled Ellie with a sense of adventure. She had a feeling she knew what she would see when she exited the train station. It was all rather familiar. Emerging into the street, she saw that she was correct. Looking left and right, she could identify every shop. Old-fashioned cars occasionally drove by, although not so many as to outnumber the pedestrians. She turned right and walked down the street, peeking into the festive shop windows, which were decorated for the Christmas season. The bakery was her first stop. Able to see into the window for the first time in her life, she saw that it was more marvelous than she could have imagined. The centerpiece of the display was a luscious cake that stood 3 layers high. It was frosted with white buttercream and covered in perfectly formed sugar decorations that resembled holly and berries. The cookies in the window were no less amazing. Each one was simply enormous, and they were perfectly decorated to resemble all sorts of wintry delights. Snowmen, stars, reindeer, and gingerbread people lay enticingly in a pretty basket, iced to perfection. It was as if the baker never made a mistake. A variety of decadent cupcakes stood on a tall stand nearby. She spotted chocolate, vanilla, and red velvet right away. Looking at all this, she realized she was hungry. She walked into the bakery and was immediately immersed in the delicious smells of gingerbread and brown sugar. As she neared the counter, she was greeted by the shopkeeper, who called her by name, like they were old friends. "Ellie, what can I get for you today?" she said. Ellie surveyed the display counter, nearly unable to decide. Then she pointed to the cupcake stand and asked if she might have a chocolate one. The woman smiled from ear to ear and winked knowingly. "Your favorite," she responded, handing it to her carefully. Ellie stood a bit uncertainly, wondering if payment would be requested. But the woman merely waved gaily at her and told her to come back again very soon. Ellie waved goodbye, smiled to herself, and took a huge bite of the cupcake as she returned to the street. It was absolutely delicious. The chocolate icing was both sweet and salty, and it melted in her mouth like a cloud of sweetness. She was feeling more festive by the moment. Carrying her cupcake with her, Ellie moved on to see what was inside the general store. This was a building that had been in Jane's Christmas village ever since Ellie could remember. Just as they always had been, little Danny and his dog Buddy were outside. "Hello, Danny," Ellie said to the boy brightly. He turned to her and smiled. "Look, Buddy," he said to his dog. "Ellie is here." Ellie leaned over and patted the little dog on the head. It sat politely, but wiggled back and forth with excitement. Ellie asked Danny what he was doing today. He told her he was waiting there to walk his sister home from the ice skating rink. Turning back to the window of the general store, he pointed at a model train slowly circling the display and exclaimed to Ellie how marvelous it was. Indeed, Ellie agreed, finding the train delightful. Danny whispered to her that he had asked for it as a Christmas gift. Crossing her fingers in front of him, Ellie said she hoped he'd get what he wished for. Danny smiled and nodded his head confidently. He knew he had been very good that year. Ellie told Danny that she was going into the store and waved goodbye, saying she might see him in a little while at the skating rink. She pushed open the front door, and a small silver bell rang to announce her entrance. A smartly dressed man behind the counter looked up from a ledger and greeted her by name. Nodding a friendly hello in response, she looked around the interior of the store. It was just as she had imagined. Dark wooden shelves rose along the walls to the ceiling, which was covered in punched tin tiles. Each part of the shop had its purpose. Bolts of cloth in a rainbow of colours were neatly arranged in one corner. Grocery staples such as flour and sugar were carefully shelved in another. Boxes full of sewing essentials, household tools, and all manner of useful items could be seen in tidy displays. No space was wasted. Ellie got the feeling that she could find just about anything she needed in the charming store. As she was about to leave, the owner called out to her and held out a soft green scarf. "You'll be needing this," he said kindly. She took it and thanked him. He waved at her as if it was nothing, and she left the store behind her, winding the pretty scarf loosely around her neck. It matched her pajamas perfectly. Danny was gone when she came outside, but she could see a woman and a little girl in front of the new sweet shop. They went inside before she got to the shop, but their spot at the window was quickly taken by a jolly cluster of children. They were soon pointing at various items in the window display and giggling amongst themselves. As she walked up, they greeted her. "Hello, Ellie," they chorused. Ellie couldn't hide her smile and asked them what they were talking about. It seemed they were debating the virtues of various sweets. The display was truly a mouth-watering one. Striped candy canes spilled merrily from an enormous jar. Some were just red and white, while others also had green stripes. Large glass containers also featured pretty wrapped lollipops. Just looking at them, Ellie was fairly sure she could identify butterscotch and peppermints. Others appeared to be fruity flavors, glistening from their jars in ruby red, emerald green, and royal purple. A large bowl of gumdrops appeared too lovely to eat. Each sweet was perfectly formed and dusted uniformly with pearly sugar. Standing on their own were several chocolate Santas of various sizes, wrapped in colourful foil. Ellie went into the shop, leaving the gaggle of children outside. A motherly woman in an apron greeted her and asked what she would like. Ellie requested a bag of gumdrops, and the lady happily complied. Taking a large silver scoop spoon, she filled the brown envelope nearly to the top, folded it over, and handed it straight across the counter. Ellie thanked her, and she nodded, saying, "Of course, Merry Christmas." Returning to the front steps, she held out the bag to the children. They crowded around with delight, each one carefully selecting a sweet from the bag. Ellie popped one into her mouth and savoured the sugary chewiness. Watching the children, she chuckled at the lot of them, all with the same look of happy concentration on their faces. Gumdrops were delicious, but they took some work to eat. Ellie handed the remainder of the bag to the oldest girl and told them to enjoy the rest. Bobbing their knitted hats up and down in thanks, the children turned and moved down the street towards the village green, dipping into the bag and chattering amongst themselves as they went. Smiling at their childish glee, Ellie followed in the same direction. As she did, she passed the village post office. With its red trim and peaked roof, this was the most darling post office she had ever seen. It was a very busy time of the year for the postal service. There was a steady stream of cheerful patrons going in and out of the front door. Most of them were carrying packages wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. Despite juggling piles of gifts, they stopped to hold the door for each other, calling out warm holiday greetings as they passed. She noticed one woman was standing in front of the outdoor post box. She was dropping one brightly coloured card after another into the mail slot. When she was finished, she peeked inside just to make sure none of the envelopes had got stuck. She appeared satisfied and proceeded along the pavement, presumably to complete her next happy seasonal errand. As she passed the post office, Ellie realized she was coming to the single-room schoolhouse, which was another crisply painted white building. This one, however, had a small bell tower that summoned children to their classes. School was not in session right now, but she could see a few grown-ups entering the building. The windows glowed with golden light. When they opened the door, a chorus of voices could be heard singing carols inside. She closed her eyes and imagined the biscuits and mulled wine that might be waiting at the conclusion of choir practice. Ellie savoured this image for a moment. She opened her eyes when she felt a few cold tingles on her face. To her delight, a gentle snow had begun to fall. She turned and took in the entire high street in a panoramic view. It looked as if the town of Holiday Haven was now cozied up inside a snow globe. She was so happy to be a part of it. The village green was calling to her. She couldn't miss the festivities she had seen from afar all these years. As she neared the village green, she saw the enormous Christmas tree first. glittering with an impossible number of sparkling ornaments and twinkling white lights, it soared into the sky. The top was so far away that she couldn't imagine a ladder tall enough to put the star on top. However, in Holiday Haven, this obviously was no obstacle. The proud evergreen was dressed as richly on its uppermost branches as it was on the lower ones. Crunching quietly across the snow in her bare feet, she marveled at how she didn't feel the chill. Bringing her fingers up to adjust the silky scarf around her neck, she was amused by the idea that she was covering up her neck, but not her toes. Then, ahead, she spotted the sledding hill. Some of the children from the sweet shop were there, dragging their old-fashioned wooden sleds up the slope, and then laughing wildly as they rode swiftly to the bottom. Danny and his little dog were in the middle of all the fun. Off to the side, Buddy was running up the incline, and then racing the children to the bottom. When each ride was over, he would roll excitedly in the snow, and then shake it off again. A short distance from the hill, a few children were busily engaged in making a snowman. With impressive cooperation, they were rolling and stacking snowballs in graduated sizes. As Ellie watched, they managed to hoist one ball on top of the other until they had completed the head. When it was in place, a little boy reached into his pocket and pulled out a couple of buttons and a carrot. The others clapped with approval and then set about carefully placing the items on the face of the snowman. Meanwhile, another industrious friend returned from the nearby woods with some sticks for the arms. In short order, the snowman was complete. The fun continued as children came and went. After a while, Ellie saw that Danny had dusted the snow off of himself and left his sled with a friend. He slowly trudged over to the ice rink, where he promised to meet his sister. Ellie drew upon her memory. What had Auntie Jane said the girl's name was? Then it came to her. Ruthie. Her name was Ruthie, and the other little girl was named Meg. Ruthie and Meg were clothed in plaid woolen dresses and wearing capes with hoods. Circling the rink with skill, they talked and laughed together, occasionally stopping to turn and go backwards. Danny watched them patiently, sitting on a nearby bench, He didn't appear to be in a hurry to end their skating time. Nonetheless, Ellie realized that twilight was falling. The tree was glowing ever more brightly, made even more luminous by the cloudy night sky. Ellie walked over to the bench and sat next to Danny, who smiled at her in welcome. The two of them rested there, not saying a word for a few minutes. The snow had begun to fall more quickly, drifting gently from the heavens, as if each unique flake was its own work of art. Danny turned to Ellie and said, "I guess you'd better get going, or you'll miss your train." At that moment, Ellie knew that it was true. Somehow, she understood that it was time for her to go back to the platform and take her place on the velvet seat in the train carriage. Saying goodbye to Danny, she stood, patted Buddy on the head, and walked away from the rink. She looked back over her shoulder. Ruthie and Meg had joined hands and were turning slowly in a circle, giggling with happiness. As she made her way back across the street to the train station, Ellie heard carolers nearby. Looking in the direction of the song, she saw that they were pouring merrily from the open door of the school. Like a beacon, the light inside flooded out into the street ahead of them. Dressed warmly in fleeces and wools, they moved as one, harmonizing together to make beautiful music. The train conductor was waiting for Ellie when she arrived on the platform. "All aboard," he said to her, tipping his hat and winking in her direction. She nodded at him and smiled. Then she went up the stairs into the train carriage and easily found the seat she had been sitting in when she arrived. Even from the train, she could still hear the carolers. Ellie closed her eyes and listened, willing this moment to last as long as possible. Then a whistle blew. The train lurched ever so slightly, and the lights of the village green began to recede very slowly into the night. A thick veil of snow began to blot them out. It fell so heavily now, and as she leaned her head against the soft red velvet of her bench seat, she sank into a warm and drowsy sleep, enveloped in its silent embrace. She She didn't know how long she had dozed, but the snow was still falling when she opened her eyes. As she became more aware of her surroundings, though, she realized that it was not the snow from outside the train window. Rather, it was the flakes hitting the window of Auntie Jane's spare room. Instead of the receding lights of Holiday Haven, it was the street lamps that were the source of the warm glow shining through the storm. Ellie smiled to herself, with the realization that her visit to the Christmas village had just been a lovely illusion. It wasn't morning quite yet, though, and she had time left to dream again. She rolled over in the soft bed and pulled the warm covers up to her chin, feeling cozy and snug. And as she drifted back to sleep, she was only dimly aware that she was still hugging a silky soft green scarf in her arms. You hear the thick snow crunch beneath your boots as you walk. The air is frigid but still. Although it's brisk outside, you're well dressed for this weather. The sun shines down through the tree branches, keeping you comfortably warm in your cozy layers. Your toes are nestled in woolly socks and winter boots. Your body is wrapped in a knit sweater and a long coat that comes down to your thighs. On your hands are a pair of light-coloured gloves, and you have a thick, handmade beanie on your head. You are ready for a winter's day in the forest. And so you look ahead at the path sprawling out in front of you. The world feels silent and timeless as you gaze out at the quiet scenery. The bare forest is dusted in powdery white snow. It looks like a perfect winter wonderland, the kind you'd find hidden inside a wardrobe. You smile, thinking of the enchanting land of Narnia as you stand on the silent path. In the distance, the silence is broken by a quiet thump. It's the sound of a clump of snow falling from a tree branch. Your path today winds through a forest of balsam fir and birch. The whitewashed trunks of the birch trees are camouflaged in the snowy world around you. You admire how picturesque it looks. But your thoughts soon turn to the treat awaiting you at the end of your walk. The extra special thing about this particular forest is the treehouse-style cafe tucked deep within it, nestled beside a frozen pond. Despite its seemingly remote location, it is one of the gems to be found around the nearby village, and locals adore wandering one of the many paths to the cafe. Though the trails are quite easy to follow, they are rendered almost unnecessary by the delicious scent that permeates these woods. People often say all they need to do is follow their noses, and the aroma of fresh coffee and cinnamon pastries will lead them right to the cafe. You take a deep breath, and exhaling, you bring your mind back to your surroundings. Nature feels peaceful to you, and your mind and body are at ease when you are surrounded by it, whatever the season may be. You continue to walk as little clumps of snow crunch and cling to the bottoms of your boots. You know this particular path very well, as you frequent it throughout the year. Truly, you believe it to be one of the most beautiful paths in the world. In spring, the floor is laced with vivid wildflowers. In summer, the bright sun's rays dust the green grass with gold. Finally, autumn is greeted by orange leaves and mushrooms dotting the ground. But to you, there is something about this forest in winter that makes it all the more magical. Perhaps it's the silence, the purity of the scenery, or the way you have to bundle up like you're embarking on an adventure. Whatever it is, it brings you an extra touch of happiness. A gentle wind moves past you. You watch the branches of the trees rustle as though following the wind through the forest. The breeze vanishes as quickly as it came. You tug on your hat, adjusting it over your ears. The wool feels warm and soft when it touches your skin. The breeze left behind a few fallen needles from the balsam fir trees. They dust the ground and create a beautiful contrast to the gleaming white snow. As you look out in front of you, you notice a friendly little creature in the near distance. The animal bobs up and down, its soft grey fur glistening against the backdrop of snow. It is a rabbit, of course. You take another step, and it raises its head, indicating that it has heard you. It perks up one of its long, floppy ears towards you. Using its pink nose, it sniffs and investigates the area. Lazily, the rabbit hops back down along the path. Its fluffy little tail brings a smile to your face as it bounces away. You imagine it's on a hunt for the many winter berries that grow here. The wildlife is something you particularly love about this place. On your walks, you're almost always joined by a rabbit or some other friendly animal going about their business in the forest. There are at least half a dozen different rabbits that you've seen frolicking near here. There's the fluffy grey bunny you just saw, a pure white one that blends in handsomely with the snow. At least 2 brown and beige rabbits, and a couple of white and black speckled ones too. They've made this charming forest their home, spending their days foraging for berries or resting in their underground dens. Surely they are living a sweet and simple life, tucked away in the woods. You continue in the footsteps of the rabbit, walking deeper into the forest towards a frozen pond. The delicious aroma of balsam fir catches your nose. You close your eyes and breathe it all in. The beautiful smells of wintertime in nature. There's the aromatic scent of the trees, the crisp cleanness of the snow, and you imagine there might be the slightest hint of coffee and pastries. Soon you pass by a small stream that flows south until it connects with a larger river beyond the town. Today, the top layer of the stream is frozen solid. You approach the edge of it and look down at the geometric shapes the ice has made. Beyond it, you can see small fish navigating the water that flows under the ice. You admire that life like this can still manage to thrive despite the chilly temperatures. The fish below wriggle down the stream, navigating past mossy stones and fallen tree branches in the most effortless way. You're enjoying the freedom to take your time on today's walk. There is no rush. There is no other place you need to be. You can enjoy the day, the cool air on your face, and the delicate sounds of nature all around you. And so, you do just that. You reach up and cup your cheeks. The warmth of your woolly gloves soothes your skin. You breathe out and see your breath form a cloud, which lingers for a moment. You absolutely love this cold, fresh weather. While you also enjoy the delights of summer, you find joy in the sensation of chilly cheeks, thermal layers, and the blissfully cozy feeling that winter brings. You think it might be nice to have a roaring fire in the hearth when you return home. You'll listen to the sound of crackling wood mingling with some quiet music as you read a book perhaps, or cook some delicious food. Or maybe you'll just doze on the sofa, enjoying your peaceful day to the fullest. But for now, you are here in this blissful moment, walking towards the little cafe tucked away among the trees. This is your own winter paradise. To your left, you hear the snap of a twig. You turn your head to see where the sound is coming from. Off at a safe distance, you spot a large, majestic moose standing in the snow. The animal leans its head down and chews on twigs and needles from a balsam fir tree. You watch its jaw move around as it gnaws on the pieces. Then the moose gracefully lifts up its head. Its antlers sprawl out from the top, and you notice that its thick brown fur is dusted with snow like powdered sugar. It glances over to you casually before turning its head back down to focus on its snacks on the ground. The moose is certainly accustomed to seeing people in the forest. Today is just a particularly quiet day. You tend to see at least a couple of other people on your walks. There are a few regulars. The elderly couple who stroll hand in hand. A man and his daughter who bring their friendly husky with them. And a young woman who sometimes manages to walk and read classic works of literature at the same time. Those are the people you see the most, but there are plenty of others you've become accustomed to over the years. As you keep walking, a gentle snow begins to fall from the sky. At first, you think it's just some powder coming loose from the branches above your head. But after a moment or two, you realize it is actually snowing again. The snowfall is soft and only adds to the atmosphere. The flakes are fluffy and delicate. A few of the larger ones stick to your coat sleeve. You reach out your hand and catch one in your glove. You bring it up to your face to inspect its unique shape. After all, they say no two snowflakes are the same. While you're studying the tiny white fleck, another light breeze brings a familiar scent to your nose. It's the mixed aroma of firewood, peppermint, coffee, and cinnamon. It twirls through the air, luring you to the coffee shop. Continuing on a little further, you soon come to the most picturesque place. There's a frozen pond, tall, stately trees, and a quaint treehouse cafe perched delicately in the middle. In spring, there are ducks that swim and bob around the pond. But today, they are tucked away somewhere cozy, and the ice is glittering white and silver. Sometimes people bring their ice skates here. You notice a woman on the left-hand side of the pond. She is resting on a tree stump, slipping on a pair of red-coloured ice skates. It's a beautiful day for skating. The cafe itself is a rustic tree house. There are short stairs that wind up to the main level. It's a stunning sight, but somehow the ground floor below it is even more inviting, with a roaring bonfire and log benches surrounding it. Cute fairy lights are strung above the benches, hanging from the trees and adding a touch of twinkling magic. You see the elderly couple you know from your walks, sitting by the bonfire with blankets on their laps, cradling cups of hot chocolate in their hands. You smile and wave to them, and they return the greeting. You love the familiarity of this place. You step over to the bonfire for just a moment, making casual small talk with the couple as you rub your hands together near the flames. You feel the luxurious, tingling sensation of your body warming up. The bonfire area is spacious, with room for at least a dozen guests. You might sit here later, but for now, you'd like to make your way up to the coffee shop. You follow a wooden arrow with the words "Coffee this way," which leads you to the wooden staircase. Snow has piled up on either side of the railing. The wooden stairs creak as you head up to the second level. The delicious aroma of coffee and baked goods becomes stronger and stronger until you reach the door. You push it open and wipe your feet on the doormat before entering, so you don't bring in any snow. Inside, the coffee shop boasts a rustic design, with wooden walls adorned with eclectic art and lighting. If not for the modern espresso machine and cash register, this place would make you feel like you had travelled back in time. You are quickly greeted by the barista, a young woman with big green eyes and a warm winter hat on her head. You approach the counter, perusing the display of pastries. You know the offerings change daily, so you always take a moment to look. Today, you see cinnamon swirls, peppermint bark brownies, and croissants. Their croissants are delicious. They are flaky and crisp on the outside, and melt in the mouth perfect on the inside. But today, you are curious about the peppermint bark brownies. They seem like a wintry treat that will go fantastically with your favorite coffee. So, you order and pay accordingly. You decide to take a seat at a small table and chairs by the window. Snow piles in the corners of the window, framing the view outside. You hear the click and whir of the espresso machine as the barista makes your drink. These familiar sounds are calming to you. Leaning back in your chair, you glance out of the window. The woman who was beside the pond earlier is now gliding across the smooth ice in a seemingly effortless motion. She moves backwards before dipping down and twirling up into an elegant circle at the center of the pond. You watch her hair flowing around her. She reminds you of an old jewelry box you once saw. When the box was opened, a beautiful ballerina popped up and began to dance to a sleepy tune. The ice skater's movement brought this memory to mind. A few moments later, the green-eyed barista brings over your coffee in a white mug. The steam gently flows up from the drink as she sets it down alongside the sweet brownie. You thank her before closing your eyes and taking a deep breath in. You detect the aromas of peppermint, chocolate, and coffee. A delicious combination, you think. You bring the coffee to your nose and feel the warmth of it in your hands. Then you take a small sip. It's perfect. Now it's time to try the brownie. Served at room temperature, it feels soft and dense in your hand. You take a bite, and your teeth glide through it smoothly. You feel the sweet crunch of peppermint every once in a while. It's just as tasty as you had imagined. You spend the next little while enjoying the experience. A sweet treat, a warm drink, the ambience of the treehouse cafe, and the scent of the bonfire, which catches your nose every so often. You also watch the delicate snowflakes fall from the sky as the ice skater continues to glide outside. She seems so carefree, and it fills you with a warm and happy sensation. Once you're finished, you brush the brownie crumbs from your fingertips, wipe your mouth, and wave a cheerful goodbye to the barista before making your way down the staircase. Back out in the elements, you feel the chill of winter against your cheeks once again. But that warm and happy feeling from inside the cafe lingers in your body and mind. The elderly couple has left the bonfire area. You walk over and take a seat. Your body instantly feels cozier next to the toasty, crackling fire. Looking around, you admire the evergreen trees dusted in snow and the bare branches of the birch trees. As you look up, you notice a squirrel munching on something in one of the trees. The squirrel scurries down the bark. It is carrying a couple of nuts. You watch as it dips down into a nearby hole in the trunk. You imagine these squirrels of the forest taking turns foraging for extra meals to keep warm and fed over the frigid winter months. You picture them caring for one another and cozying up in their burrows to keep each other warm. Simply beautiful, you think. Your mind travels to cozying up when you are back at home later, in your own warm and homely den in the countryside. Perhaps you will make a nice, hearty stew before retreating to a good book, nestled under a woolly throw blanket by the fire. But for now, you soak up the warmth of the bonfire in front of you. and listen to the soft sounds of falling clumps of snow and the whoosh of metal blades skating on the ice. You are completely relaxed. Antarctica is the world's 5th largest continent. On average, it's also the coldest, driest, and windiest. 98% of the continent is coated by an ice sheet with an average thickness of 1.6 kilometers. Because of Antarctica's extreme environment, it's also the world's least populated continent. From October to March, it's home to up to 5,000 scientists who live and work in various research bases. Tens of thousands of tourists, and sometimes more than 100,000, visit annually, mostly on ships like the one we're travelling on. We're sailing from Tierra del Fuego, which means land of fire in Spanish. A province of Argentina, the archipelago is located at the southernmost tip of the South American continent. Like many before us, we've sailed from Ushuaia, the capital city of Tierra del Fuego. It holds the title of the world's most southern city and is around 700 sea miles from the Antarctic Peninsula. The town's motto is Ushuaia, end of the world, beginning of everything. It's a saying that you've come to understand well, more so in fact, with each passing day. It popped into your head as you crossed the Beagle Channel soon after disembarking from Ushuaia, and again later on your voyage south as the land behind you faded from sight. There's definitely a sense that you're escaping the modern world and leaving behind its noise and people. And you feel this despite being aboard a very modern cruise ship as one of maybe 100 passengers. You've been on the ship for a few days now, enjoying the food and facilities on offer. There's a gym, a library, a pool and jacuzzi, and your own cozy private cabin. Sometimes you've thought of the past explorers who've traversed the seas in less comfortable surroundings, especially as the ship passed through Drake's Passage, named after the legendary explorer Sir Francis Drake. Drake's ship, the Golden Hind, was blown here by a storm in the Pacific. He would later return with news for England that there was open water below South America. It's a narrow stretch of rather volatile water, as likely to be choppy as it is to be calm. Luckily for you, it's most definitely the latter. The sea is as peaceful as the most tranquil lake. The trip has been planned to coincide with good weather. You're traveling in early January, in Antarctica's summertime. Covering 20% of the southern hemisphere, the continent only has summer and winter. Due to its position and the tilt of the Earth, winter is a time of near constant darkness. The opposite is true in the summer months. In January, the sun never sets at all. Winter runs roughly from April to September, while summer is from October to late March. It's one of the reasons why January is a popular month with tourists. It's also a great time to see the wildlife, including the penguins that you'll meet a little later. You'll be visiting the colonies that live on the mainland when their growing chicks are at their cutest and fluffiest. For now though, you're happy on the deck of the ship, where the sun shines brightly and the wind is low. You've spent hours out here over the last few days, warm and cozy in your thermal layers. For the longest time, you've been sailing through the sea and surrounded by nothing but water for miles and miles. This has brought a sense of deep solitude, unlike anything else that you've experienced before. You can't even remember the thoughts and feelings that typically occupy your mind on a day-to-day basis. All of that seems so unimportant here in the natural beauty at the bottom of the globe. There's a wonderful sense of total isolation. It really does feel like a whole other world. This only becomes truer once you spot your first iceberg, a pure white mountain above cobalt water. A glimpse through your camera allows further inspection, and you realize that the iceberg is not uninhabited. It's home to a flock of birds, pigeon-sized snow petrels, sitting quite happily on the icy surface. They're hard to spot with their snow-like feathers, which keep them camouflaged on the mountain of white, but their eyes and bills are as dark as the nighttime and contrast beautifully against bright white feathers. They were first described in 1777 by the German naturalist Georg Forster. Along with his father, he'd been invited to join the crew of Captain James Cook on Cook's second attempt to circumnavigate the globe. The British explorer was the first to cross the Antarctic Circle in 1773, though he never actually saw the frozen continent, despite being 150 miles away from the mainland. Instead, the credit for that goes to a group of Russians, led by Fabian Gottlieb von Bellingshausen and Mikhail Lazarev. They set foot on the mainland in 1820 and discovered the Fimbul ice shelf as it's known today. Fimbul is a word from Old Norse, meaning giant or mighty. It's an appropriate name for the wall of floating ice, 200 kilometers long and 100 kilometers wide. It's magical to think that you're following in the path of these adventurers. You try to imagine how they must have felt coming across such wonders, charting land and waters previously unseen. And you get a sense for it as land appears beyond the shimmering sea. These Antarctic islands are the South Shetland Islands. They're just 65 sea miles north of the mainland. This is only a taste of what's to come, but already there's a view that might be called breathtaking. Soon you're surrounded by a dramatic landscape of soaring, dark mountains, partially blanketed in white. Looking down, you follow patterns across the water. It ripples outwards from the ship's hull, frothing and foaming. Further away, the sea is a rich blue, with sunlight dancing across the water, though it becomes whiter as you pass by the islands and enter the realm of the Antarctic Circle. Looking through the lens of your long-range camera, you're particularly fascinated by the water beneath the icebergs. It's the most gorgeous shade of bright turquoise blue, where the ice has absorbed other colors of the spectrum. You take pictures from the deck as the cruise ship continues, and there are more happy sightings along your route to the mainland. Perhaps the best is the sight of a whale spouting water high into the air. Nearby passengers gasp in awe, mesmerized just like you. You recognize the fin of a blue whale, the largest animal in known existence. The whale moves with elegance as it swims beneath the surface. It bobs and weaves with such grace. The water spreads out in waves around its massive body. These magnificent creatures can weigh up to 200 tons and eat up to 16 tons of krill every day. You're visiting during the whale's main feeding season, so there are plenty of opportunities to capture pictures. As the ship sails onwards, you sense a change in the air. The wind picks up a little, and the temperature drops slightly. You're thankful for your coat with its well-lined hood and the thermal layers beneath your outer clothing. The coolness in the air is invigorating and refreshing. You drink it in like a healing elixir. It fills you with a sense of stillness. Your mind is clear as a frozen glacier. You remain in a state of peaceful reverie until your gaze is pulled towards land on the horizon. Gasps of wonder ripple through the ship as the frozen continent now comes into view. It's a mountainous landscape of brilliant white, dramatically contrasting against patches of bare rock face. The snow and ice sparkle and glitter in the glow of sunlight from a cloudless sapphire sky. The passengers on the ship fall into awestruck silence as they take in the land that so few have seen. Although you're strangers, there's a feeling of connection, an unspoken gratitude that binds you all together. The cruise ship slows and eventually stops, finding a safe spot away from the land. You hear the hum of the anchor being gradually lowered as you make your way down the nearby staircase. 10 minutes later, you're with a small group on a motorized dinghy, sailing out towards land. Cool air blows across as you ride, sailing through the waters of the Weddell Sea. You hold on to the sides of the boat, your hands in their fleece-lined gloves, looking out in wonder at the ethereal landscape. The boat is dwarfed by enormous, snowy mountains. You feel wonderfully small in the middle of all this natural beauty. It really does feel like a whole other world as you sail through water cluttered with ice. It's as if the sea has been showered with diamonds. Eventually, the boat reaches land, and you step out into shallow water. in Wellington boots, you walk across pebbles onto a shoreline filled with wildlife. Antarctica is home to various creatures, including many species of seals and penguins. A waddle of penguins is the first thing you notice, trudging happily along the grey, pebbled shoreline. Something about these birds is rather amusing. It's impossible not to smile when you see them walking. They shuffle about the pebbles, flapping their little flippers, occasionally squawking and chattering to each other. You're told that they are a species of Adelie penguins. They're common across the continent and found only here. Adelie penguins are named after the wife of a French explorer who was the first to spot the birds in 1840. Among the group, you see adults and chicks. The fully grown birds are around 70 centimeters tall. To put that in perspective, it's around 28 inches, the equivalent to 6 beverage cans piled vertically in a tower. We might call them mid-sized birds. They are taller than the rockhopper penguins, who have red eyes, orange beaks, and bushy yellow eyebrows that jut out rather wildly. One of the smaller species, rockhoppers grow to around 50 centimeters, or 20 inches tall. So the Adelie is taller than the rockhopper, but smaller than the continent's most famous residents, the emperor penguins. These regal-looking birds are the tallest of the species, at 100 centimeters in height, or 39 inches. The Adelie's plumage is charcoal black on the head, throat, and much of the upper body. This includes the long, stiff tail feathers, characteristic of brush-tailed penguins. Black feathers stand out handsomely against the penguin's stomach, which is as white as the snow. Its feet are generally pink and unfeathered, while its beak is black with hints of reddish-brown. Most captivating of all are the bird's eyes, where a bright white ring encircles a black iris. The white appears blue in the summer sunlight, an illusion like the turquoise below the iceberg. Alongside the adults, there are smaller chicks hatched from eggs only in December. Adelie chicks are among the fastest growing, appearing similar to adults after just 7 to 9 weeks. They're recognizable as chicks because they tend to be smaller and have a bluish tint to parts of their plumage. And their eyes are black without the white ring, which doesn't develop until they're roughly a year old. The chicks go through a process known as fledging, the first instance occurring after just 10 days. That's when they shed their silver feathers, exposing the layer below of smoky grey down. The oldest chicks here are maybe 7 weeks old and going through fledging for the final time. They are partway through shedding their coat of baby feathers, and the result is both adorable and amusing. Many of the younger chicks seem to have mohawks, thick, fuzzy and grey, atop smooth little heads. Others have grey feathers on their white stomachs, like bow ties and waistcoats on their tuxedo-like plumage. You also notice how the birds move around, waddling clumsily across the beach of pebbles. They totter over rocks, squawking as they go, like bickering children out on a day trip. Meanwhile, their parents shuffle nearby, a little more coordinated, but still appearing awkward. Of course, they are creatures that are built for swimming. When they glide through the water, it's with the grace of dancers. You wander along the pebbled coastline, occasionally pausing to take a picture. The animals are apparently unbothered by your presence and go about their business as if you weren't there. You take multiple photos of the Adelie penguins, including the chicks with their mohawks and waistcoats. You spot another with feathers trailing from head to tail, as if he's draped in a grand fur coat. Further ahead, you see a group of penguins tobogganing on their bellies through a blanket of snow. They propel themselves along with their feet and flippers, almost like they're swimming across the land. You're able to capture some magical scenes, images that will be etched on your memory forever. Your favorite is of penguins lined up single file, like people at a water park queuing for a ride. They're waiting on an icy cliff edge, taking it in turns to dive into the sea. The adult Adelies are expert divers, reaching depths of 150 meters. The deepest dive recorded is 180 meters. That's more than the height of the Washington Monument in Washington, D.C., and St. Paul's Cathedral in London. They can also hold their breath for up to 6 minutes and swim at speeds of over 9 miles per hour. These are useful skills when hunting for food, both for themselves and their growing chicks. They really are the most lovely little creatures. You lose all track of time as you're watching their movements. If it weren't for the pictures, you'd think it was a dream. Eventually, though, you are called back to the dinghy for a leisurely ride before returning to the ship. You sit on the side among a group of 8 people. Everyone is smiling, including the crew. It's late afternoon, but there's no need to rush. The day is as light as an early summer morning, so you're free to enjoy a scenic boat tour around the mainland and various islands. Everywhere you look, the view is just magical, from the landscape itself to the creatures who live here. Even the sky is a sight to behold, filled with unique seabirds. The captain points them out as wandering albatrosses. They have the greatest wingspan of any bird in the world. With snow-coloured bodies and black and white wings, they fit right in with the local wildlife. You follow the path of this trio of birds as they glide effortlessly through the clear blue sky until they disappear behind a rock face where your gaze is pulled down, back towards land. You observe a stretch of darkened rock. It runs down from the cliff top like a river of silver. It's a place you saw earlier from the deck of the cruise ship, and from there it appeared empty. Now that you're closer, you realize that this couldn't be further from the truth. The entire cliff face is crowded with penguins, all roughly the same distance apart. They remind you of people sunbathing on a beach, seemingly content to gaze out to sea. Though instead of deck chairs, they are seated on rocks, those that they've collected to form little nests. You also see gaps dotted around the cliff face, where snow petrels are nesting in makeshift caves. They're a splash of bright white among the grey and silver stones, and they look cozy all together as they nest side by side. Many of the creatures that live in Antarctica do so in groups, large and small, especially in winter when the temperature drops further and they can huddle together to keep themselves warm. But this isn't true of every animal. Seals, for example, are extremely independent. Even when they're pups of around 4 weeks old, they're out on their own and exploring the waves. You pass one now on the coastline of an island. It's lying on its side on a bed of pebbles. Pulling out your camera, you take a picture of the mammal, its head resting on a cool stone pillow. The captain tells you that it is a Weddell seal, one of the largest species that live on the continent. This one looks around 3 meters in length and probably weighs around 500 kilograms. The seals change color through the course of the year and are usually brown by the start of each summer. That's when they go through their annual molting, gaining a beautiful new coat of silver-grey fur. The seal you see here is mid-transition, much like the Adelie penguin chicks. Its streamlined body is mottled with many colours, from chestnut and mahogany to silver and charcoal. Further ahead, you pass another Weddell seal, fully dressed in its new silver coat. It's stirring on the surface of a flat-topped iceberg, scratching its whiskers with a raised flipper. The creature lets out a massive, long yawn and sleepily opens its dark eyes. Then it shuffles forward on its front flippers, sliding across the ice on its vast silver belly. By the time you pass by, heading back to the cruise ship, the seal is frolicking in the chilly water. With its head below the surface, it rolls in circles, waving its flippers like the blades of a propeller. The sight of this creature having fun in the water is the perfect finale to today's exhibition. You'll make more memories over the next few days. But even if you went home now, it would have been the trip of a lifetime. The images of Antarctica and its charming residents are still in your thoughts when you're back aboard the ship. You dine in the comfort of the luxurious dining room before taking hot cocoa out onto the deck. Here, you take a seat on a cushioned sun lounger right beside the railings overlooking the water. You're thankful for the warmth of the mug of hot cocoa. You can feel the heat through the fabric of your gloves. By this time, it's evening and approaching your bedtime. Yet the sun still shines in a sapphire sky. It's a surreal reminder of where you are, in a faraway realm, in a dreamlike ice world. And your view is about to get even more magical as your gaze is pulled to a sound below the ship. Water showers upwards from a whale's blowhole, spraying out in a fan shape as if from a fountain. The humpback whale is smaller than the blue whale, though still enormous at 50 feet long. It's blackish grey across the majority of its body, with patches of white on its flippers and belly. Its long white flippers are visible from above as the whale bobs just beneath the surface. More white is visible on the underside of its tail, which you're able to see as the whale dips down. It's only now, as you're watching its tail, that you realize the humpback isn't alone. It's joined by its family, another adult and youngsters. They appear to be resting beside the moored ship. You are struck by a feeling of intense gratitude as you sip from the mug of your sweet, warm cocoa. Of all the places these creatures could settle, they chose to rest right beside your ship. By the time you've finished your drink, you can see them sleeping not far below the water. You take one last look at these majestic creatures before returning indoors back to your room. It would be easy to forget just where you are once you're inside your warm, cozy cabin, especially once you're settled under the bed sheets, which are as soft and sweet smelling as you could ever wish for. Outside the window, you can hear the sea. It laps in rhythm against the hull of the ship. There's a slight whistle from the Antarctic breeze, punctuated intermittently by the murmur of polar wildlife. You close your eyes and pull the sheets around you, turning your mind over various images. You see penguins with mohawks and the wings of an albatross, and the family of whales sleeping beside the ship. No doubt tomorrow will bring more magic. But for now, you are ready to surrender to sleep. Perhaps it's because you've been outside in the cold. But now you feel as warm and toasty as it's possible to feel. All it takes is a few gentle breaths in and out, and very soon you can feel yourself shifting into a state of deepest slumber. It was a frigid day in the very heart of January, and the afternoon sun glittered on the frosty world outside the window. Leaving his wooden chair at the rustic kitchen table, Abel pressed his nose against the glass. He pulled back to observe the smudgy mark he had made, scrutinizing the ice crystals that had formed around the edge of the window pane. He was fascinated by their delicate shapes. Each one was different, forming what seemed like a perfectly symmetrical design. Craning his neck a little bit, he looked out and upward, towards the eaves of the house. Long, clear icicles hung there in a row. He imagined how satisfying it would be to knock them down, one by one. He grinned at the thought of taking a stick to them later. But there was no question of going outside right now. His mother called him back to his seat, where he had abandoned his partially empty dinner dish. Sheepishly, he returned to his chair. She told him to please finish his carrots, and then to help with clearing the table. Their late midday meal was drawing to a close, and it was his job to help her with the clean-up. After all, his little sister Annie was still too small to be of any assistance. She was still practically a baby. As he swallowed the last of his vegetables, he watched the little girl across the table, smearing her biscuit around a small plate of maple syrup. Holding up her hands, she tried to lick some of the tasty treat off her fingers, but she seemed to succeed only in depositing more of it onto her face. He had eaten his own biscuits first when they sat down to their dinner, and now he wished he'd had a little more self-control. The sweet maple syrup was a special treat his mother saved for weekends and times when they had guests over. Last year's supply was running out now, and there wouldn't be any more until maple syrup time came again in late March. But today was the first day of the ice harvest, so it was an event worthy of a small celebration. Annie put her hands down on the table and smiled happily at Abel. He couldn't help but respond with a chuckle, and his sister's laughter pealed through the little house. Perhaps it was just her enjoyment of the biscuits, but it felt like everyone was humming with anticipation of the extra income father and his friends were about to earn, working on the river at night. Feeling the infectious good humor, their mother turned to them from the sink a short distance away and smiled indulgently. "Now, Abel," she said with mock sternness, "bring me those plates, and no more nonsense, please." Then she hid her amusement by turning to the wall and resuming her washing of the dishes. When a knock came at the door, Father emerged from the bedroom. He opened it quickly, knowing that his friend Mr. Peterson would be standing in the cold air on the doorstep. Having ridden over from his nearby farm, he was sure to be ready to warm himself by their cheerful fire. Sure enough, there he was, with frost on his beard, stamping the snow off his feet. He was a bachelor himself, and very self-conscious that he shouldn't track snow onto Mother's immaculate wooden floors. Excited to see a visitor, Abel hastily finished his kitchen chores, carefully delivering the last of the dishes to the sink. Then, as Mother washed them, he stood on the side, conscientiously drying each precious item with a soft towel and putting it in its place in the wooden cupboard. Although he appeared to be fully concentrating on the task at hand, his ears were alert to his father's conversation with Mr. Peterson, as the two men settled in comfortably by the fire. "Here, let me take your boots so you can get those socks nice and dry," Mother said to their visitor. "It'll be no good to go out there tonight in those temperatures with damp feet." Thanking her politely, Mr. Peterson handed over his boots and stretched his feet closer to the hearth. Having set them aside, she went about making some coffee, finally releasing Abel from his tedious chores at the sink. "Come and sit by the fire with us, Abel," Father said with a twinkle in his eye. He knew that his son would be eager to listen in on the conversation among the adults. The area where they lived was populated with small farms, and the weather made neighborly visits less frequent at this time of year. Just to see a new face was exciting, let alone to hear any local news the friend may have brought along. Abel pulled over a stool and settled in his favorite spot, not too close to the crackling fireplace, but near enough to feel its glow. His dinner left him feeling pleasantly full, and having all these grown-ups around in a good mood made him feel safe and warm. The two men discussed the recent activities of the holiday season, the plans a neighbor had for a new barn, and the prospects for the crops during the coming year. Mr. Peterson had managed to produce enough corn last year that he'd made some extra money selling some of it to a cannery. Father nodded thoughtfully as Mr. Peterson spoke of how popular canned corn had become, and urged his friend to consider planting more. Abel himself had made some money the previous fall, husking corn at a neighbour's farm. He had been so proud to bring his earnings home to his parents, who had saved them in a special jar, saying it would help them out on a rainy day. Between raking blueberries, picking apples, and shucking corn, summer and early fall were definitely the busiest season for the folks in the area. Almost everyone had a couple of dairy cows, and Abel was responsible for helping with milking and caring for their own family cows year-round. Mother also kept chickens, which provided them with enough eggs that she was able to sell a few here and there, using the money from the surplus to buy other things. But winter was definitely a slow season for everyone on the farm, and that's why the ice harvest was so welcome in January. The conversation between the men turned back to the weather, and Father commented that the abnormally cold temperatures would be worth it for making the ice harvest even better. Mr. Peterson nodded his head in agreement, briefly swaying backwards in the rocking chair and raising his chin to thoughtfully regard the ceiling. Turning to Abel, his father explained why. "You see, son, the ice has to be a certain thickness before it's safe to start the harvest." He paused meaningfully, as if urging Abel to remember this important information. Eager to show his attentiveness, the boy nodded his head vigorously, up and down. His father continued. "At least 16 inches, he said, maybe 18. You see, not only do the blocks have to be of a certain size in order to be stored and shipped, but you have to make sure it's safe for all those men and horses to be out there weighing down the ice." Abel nodded again thoughtfully. He pictured the scene that was about to play out on nearby lakes and on the river, where men and horses would be gathering in the night. "Just think, Abel," Mr. Peterson said, leaning over intently. "A 22-inch square block that is more than a foot thick can weigh about 250 to 350 pounds. He stopped and raised his eyebrows dramatically as Abel pondered the sheer size of it. An area the size of an acre can produce as much as 1,000 tons of ice. Leaning back and folding his hands, he added, "Do you know how many pounds there are in a ton?" Mother crossed the room, carrying Annie off to the bedroom. Her afternoon nap was a bit later today, thanks to their unusual dinner time. As she passed, Abel's mother smiled with amusement at this unexpected test of her son's lessons. Abel screwed up his face in concentration, but his mind drew a blank. Laughing with good nature, his father let him off the hook. "It's £2,000, Abel. There are 2,000 pounds in a ton, and an acre of ice can give up 1,000 of those. Just think of it." Abel's head was truly boggled by the notion. This mathematical problem was far beyond what he had encountered at school so far. Delighted by his role as storyteller, Mr. Peterson continued with the lesson. "Now, lots of towns around here will be cutting ice and saving it for the locals," he said. "You can pull your ice out of this or that pond or lake anywhere around here. Your local ice house is dependable. It will keep ice for up to a year, until it's cold enough to cut more out of the waterway. But a small town ice house is also not that big. Let's say it only holds 10 tons, or 20 or 30 at the most." Abel nodded. He had seen such a place before. It had appeared awfully large to him, but not enough to hold 1,000 tons for sure. Mr. Peterson went on. "That's why the really big harvesting operations aren't for keeping local ice. In fact, thanks to our cold climate, people from all over the country count on the far reaches of New England to keep their meat pies cold sometimes. The ice may fail further south of here, one year or another, but they can always count on us northerners for their fix." He nodded and winked, and Abel smiled. He was proud to live somewhere so desirable. People depended on his hometown, he thought. As if following his train of thought, his father turned to Mr. Peterson and chimed in on the conversation. "And of course, the ice we make here isn't just used for people's fancy ice boxes. It's also the reason they can have fresh fish, for example." Mr. Peterson nodded sagely, acknowledging Father's excellent point. "Very true," he said. Then, turning back to Abel, he added, "Before folks figured out how to chill cargo with ice on ships and trains and barges, you really couldn't send anything very far without it spoiling." Abel had never thought about this. For him, eating fresh blueberries or seafood was a normal part of life. But what about children who lived far away, in crowded cities, or in the Great Plains? where did their seafood come from? Or what if nobody in their neighborhood had a dairy cow? He had truly never considered how their food got to them. Mr. Peterson broke into his reverie by saying, when railroad cars ship food across the country, that cargo needs to be re-iced pretty often just to keep the contents cool. In the summer, it can be every 200 to 300 miles. Abel tried to picture the ice melting in these railroad cars and then being replaced with frosty new blocks. But Mr. Peterson had an even more surprising bit of information for him to process. You know, Abel, these big businessmen in places like Boston don't just sell ice to Americans either. They send it as far away as places like India and Brazil. Someone way out in the tropics can get an apple we picked right here in New England. And it's all because of the ice that's there to chill it. Well, this was a truly mind-boggling revelation, Abel thought. That something like an apple, a snack he would grab off of a tree on his way home from school, could be sent as far away as the tropics. The modern age was full of miracles, he told himself wonderingly. Father and Mr. Peterson were talking again. Abel refocused on their conversation to hear what they would say. I gather the demand from the cities is booming. I hear they've been storing ice all along the Hudson River, Father said. Mr. Peterson nodded, saying, I read they've got more than 100 warehouses along there now. They're using barges to send the ice downstream. I suppose from there, they can export it wherever it needs to go. Abel was distracted by Mother's return to the kitchen. She had finally got Annie down for her nap. He watched her as she crossed to the counter and removed a fresh cider cake from the cupboard. He wiggled in his seat, excited to see that they'd be having a special treat. He knew that she would take great pride in ensuring Father and Mr. Peterson were well fortified against the cold weather when they left for the ice harvest in a little while. Peering at the window, he saw that twilight was falling. It came so early at this time of year. The light was already leaching from the sky by a little after 4 p.m. Turning to his father, he asked what time the ice harvest would start. Mother appeared between the two older men and offered each of them a plate with a healthy slice of cake. Then, with a knowing smile, she told Abel he could come and fetch a slice for himself. Father left his son's question momentarily unanswered as he and Mr. Peterson took a bite of their dessert. and mumbled their approval to his mother. She beamed, saying something about how it was just a cider cake and nothing special. But Abel knew she was happy to hear their praise. Mother was well known in the area for her excellent bakes. She always told him the secret to a good cider cake was knowing when to stop adding the spice. Mother told Abel to eat his cake at the table, so he cheated his chair to the side and repeated his question. "When does the ice harvest start, Father?" Pausing with his plate on his knee, Father nodded. "Well, you see, Abel, night is the best time to pull the ice out of the water. Sure, there are places where they'll harvest around the clock, but really, the ice is thickest at night." Abel nodded. This made sense. Night was the coldest time. Everyone knew that. His father continued. "When you're harvesting ice, you want a good quality product. First of all, the very best ice, the stuff that fetches the highest price, is as clear as glass." Mr. Peterson nodded in wise agreement and took another bite of his cake, following it with a sip of the hot coffee that was now steaming on the small table next to him. "We take great pride in our ice here," Mr. Peterson added. "I believe our ice is so clear a fellow could read a newspaper through it." At this, both he and Father laughed quietly, conscious of the fact that Annie was slumbering peacefully in the room next door. "That's the truth," Father agreed. Mr. Peterson went on. "If your ice is all cloudy and porous, they can still use it, mind you. But that's the lower grade ice they stick on rail cars and in food shipments. It's less likely to end up on some fancy dining table somewhere in the city." Abel tried to imagine a fancy dining table, and all he could picture was a white tablecloth with lots and lots of cider cakes. Then his father said, "Mr. Peterson and I will head out there in a little while. It'll take us about half an hour to get to the harvest site, and there will be many men and teams of horses arriving with kerosene lamps." Peering out the window, Mr. Peterson added, "And a fine night for it." He nodded at the window pane and cocked an eyebrow at Abel. "See those clear skies? It'll be extremely helpful for all of us trying to see what we're doing out there, if we have the moon to light our way." Abel understood, thinking how glad he was that Mother Nature was cooperating to make the night better for the ice cutters. He scraped the last crumbs from his plate and returned to the sink to wash his dish. Having dried it and put it away, Abel scampered back to his seat at the crackling fire. He had more questions. "So what do you do when you get to the harvest site?" he asked them inquisitively. Father made an appreciative face, showing he thought this was a fine question. Then he said, "Different men take on different jobs, and we work as a team with the horses. First, there are those workers who drag great scrapers across the ice. This is to clear off the snow and any other debris that might make it hard to see what we're doing." Abel nodded. This seemed very logical. His father went on. "Then the foreman will test the ice to make sure it's deep enough. He has a tool called an ice auger to drill a hole, and a long sharp rod he inserts into the ice, which pulls out a sample. After he has determined that the ice is thick enough, they bring in men who have horses hitched up to special ploughs. These horses have spikes on their shoes for traction, and the ploughs have cutters on them. They don't cut deeply into the ice. They score it just enough so that we can divide the ice into blocks that are all about the same size. Do you remember how big that is?" Abel frowned, trying to remember what they'd talked about earlier. Then he brightened up and said, 22 inches. His father beamed. He was proud of Abel. "Yes, 22 inches or so. Well, the horses make a few passes at those lines to get them nice and deep. What do you think, Peterson?" he said, leaning his head towards his friend. 4 passes? Mr. Peterson nodded in agreement. Father continued. "Once those horses have left a good deep mark on the ice, the real work is left to the men. We have a collection of braking bars, forks and chisels that help us deepen the clefts of the plough. There's really no easy way to do it. You just have to use your strength and throw your back into the work." Abel grinned and said, "I bet you do that part, don't you, Father?" The 2 older men chuckled. "Yes, we do, Abel." Then Mr. Peterson squinted and leaned forward. "But you know what my favourite tool is?" Abel shook his head. "It's the 5-foot saw," Mr. Peterson said dramatically, spreading his arms far apart. Abel had seen the impressive saws used in the ice harvest, and he knew that wielding them must take a lot of strength. Casting a glance at Mother, who was tidying up in the kitchen, Mr. Peterson said, "Eat your greens, and someday you'll be strong enough to use the ice saw, Abel." His mother laughed and nodded. Abel wrinkled his nose. Father leaned back in his chair and shook his head. The first chunk of the ice is the worst. You've got to pry it up out of a solid sheet of ice. But once you get some open water to move things around, you can just chisel one block after the other off the ice and float it towards the shore. Mr. Peterson rolled his eyes comically and exclaimed, "Maybe we should make ourselves late so we can let someone else do the hard work." Both men laughed. They would never shirk the challenge. Abel knew that. Every man in town took pride in contributing equally to difficult tasks. No, Father said with a smile. We all help each other out around here. Did you know that the harvesting of the ice is also a boon to the loggers? Abel was surprised by this and waited to hear why. He knew the answer would be forthcoming. Yes, Mr. Peterson nodded. Think about it. When you've packed up that ice, first in the ice house and later on a ship that is sailing across the world, or a train that is travelling cross-country, how do you think that ice stays cold? To be sure, it helps to pack it solidly with other ice, and they do that. But it's also insulated. And what do you think they pile on top of it? 10 or 12 inches deep. Mr. Peterson paused with his eyebrows raised, waiting for Abel to take a guess. Wood? Abel suggested. Both men burst out laughing. Well, that's a good guess, since I mentioned the loggers, Mr. Peterson said. But it's not big pieces of wood they use. It's the sawdust. Instantly, Abel realized that would have been a much more intelligent answer. He blushed and nodded. Well, there's no shame in not knowing the value of sawdust, Father said kindly. In fact, it didn't have much value until the icemen started using it for insulation. Now it's a perfect way to use what was just a waste product before. Yep, they layer that ice under the sawdust, and it keeps pretty cold in the ice house. They call it sleeping ice while it lies in wait. Abel smiled at this idea. Sleeping ice, he thought to himself. He liked the thought of this noble product of the north, slumbering quietly in the cool darkness of the ice houses, waiting to go on an adventure to warmer climes. The men looked up, noticing that Annie had already finished her brief nap and was quietly playing with some measuring cups at the table. Mother was busy packing a little basket of biscuits and ham for the men to take with them. It would be time for them to leave soon, and they'd need something to eat during the night. Father reminded Abel that he had to go outside quickly and take care of his evening chores before it got too dark. That time was coming very soon. Abel hustled outside so that he could feed the chickens and fill the wood box as fast as possible. He didn't want Father and Mr. Peterson to leave for the river before he was done. He returned just in time to see the men putting on their coats, hats, and mufflers. Mother handed back Mr. Peterson's boots, and he thanked her graciously. "Say goodbye then, Abel," his mother told him. "They'll be back before daybreak, but you'll likely be asleep then." Abel hugged Father around the legs, feeling the nubbly wool of his coat against his cheek. He breathed in deeply. It smelt like the outdoors and fresh snow. Mr. Peterson leaned down and extended his hand. Abel shook it firmly. "All right, young Abel," he said jovially. "Think of us out there, scoring and cutting the icy treasure, while you're snoozing peacefully in your bed." Then he winked at the boy and added, "I'll be lying in front of the fire in my bedroll when you get up." Abel nodded. He didn't want to sleep. He couldn't wait until breakfast, when Father and Mr. Peterson would be back with stories from the night. He could already imagine the eggs sizzling on the stove and the smell of hot coffee, the kitchen table bathed in morning sunlight. With a final wave, the two men soon disappeared into the night, trudging across the expanse of moonlit white snow. Looking upwards, Abel marveled at how many stars he could see. It would indeed be a fine night for ice harvesting. He was proud of the work his father and Mr. Peterson were about to do. Later that evening, Mother read him a story and tucked him into the little bed in the room he shared with Annie. This was one of his favorite parts of the day. On one hand, he didn't usually feel ready to go to bed when Mother said it was time. On the other, he almost always found he was sleepy soon after nestling down into his pillow. He loved the cozy feeling of snuggling there, with his mother's quilt pulled up around his ears. The fabric on the quilt was from all the little scraps of their old clothing, and it was as soft as could be. When she gently closed the door behind her, wishing him a good sleep, he could see the firelight flickering low underneath it. He knew that she would also be in bed soon, although she might mend something swaying in the rocking chair by the hearth, or read a little bit from a book first. And sometime in the dark wee hours of the morning, the men would return, cold and tired, from the ice harvest, trying not to wake the house. Abel yawned deeply and turned over, hiking the patchwork quilt up to his ears. Closing his eyes, he imagined the scene on the river. Men, horses, and kerosene lamps littered over the ice as they scored and chipped and chiseled it into those massive blocks. Then, in his mind's eye, they floated away, big squares of frigid treasure, and were loaded into a barge, or maybe straight into an ice house. There, they would sleep for a while. Some of the ice would end up in a fabulously exciting place. Boston, New York City, Philadelphia. And then, one early morning, an ice delivery man would get up with the sunrise, feed his horse, clean the harnesses, and begin taking ice around to all the fancy houses for their ice boxes. The trusty iceman would see a card in the window of each place, telling him how much ice they needed. And then he might go on their porch, open up the little trap door to the back of their fancy icebox, and place it inside. And there, the ice would do its work, chilling their milk, their meat and their produce, day and night. A gift from New England. Abel liked this idea. For just a moment, he considered if he might like to go to the big city someday and become an iceman. How people must love you, he thought sleepily, if you bring them something so important. But then, his thoughts fuzzy with sleep, he decided that he would not become an iceman. He would rather go and work with Father and Mr. Peterson, doing the important job of harvesting the ice. One of these days, in a few years, he would leave with a biscuit and ham supper in his dinner pail and go to the river to do this work. But not now. At this moment, little Abel would ease off to sleep. He would drift slowly down the cold, silent river. He would travel south in his dreams, taking the bounty of the ice harvest to the places where it was needed by the world. It was Marie's favourite week of the year. Christmas was just a few days away, and New York City felt like the most festive place in the world. Her family lived in the suburbs outside the city, but tonight they'd made a special trip into town on the train. Her uncle, who lived in a stately brownstone on the Upper East Side, had invited them all to a holiday party. Even better, since the revelries would be going on quite late, they were all invited to stay for the night. Marie and her brother Fritz had been looking forward to this event for many months. Their train had pulled into Grand Central Terminal just a little while ago, and what a sight it was to behold. It wasn't her first time walking through this storied landmark of New York City, but she found herself awestruck on each and every visit. The soaring ceiling featuring the constellations, the grand staircases, the countless people swiftly traversing the terminal on their own paths and with their own exciting plans. It never failed to impress her. Now, in December, it was even more lovely than before. Decked out for the holidays, Grand Central was putting on its most beautiful airs. Enormous wreaths hung in the arched windows, high up in the air. Every shop in the concourse was filled with gifts, snowy decorative displays, and twinkling lights. And as Marie and her family exited onto 42nd Street, she turned and got a glimpse of the gorgeous facade of the building, similarly decked out. The Pershing Square Bridge itself had been illuminated in red and green lights for the season. It was a cold, clear night so far, and Marie swore she could feel happy electricity in the air. People rushed by in the businesslike way that New Yorkers always do, but there were telltale signs of upcoming fun. Brightly wrapped packages peeked out of shopping bags that seemed stuffed to the brim. Ladies who were wrapped up in woolly coats had fancy shoes and sparkly dresses that peeked out at the bottom. Marie smiled to herself as a man passed by, dressed up as Santa Claus. He was carrying a cardboard cup of coffee and talking on a mobile phone. It wasn't really business as usual in the city, and that was wonderful. Marie could have stood and people-watched forever, but they had somewhere special to be. Her father hailed a passing cab. Although they didn't mind a bit of a walk, they were all dressed in their nice party clothes. It seemed like a good excuse to splurge on a taxi. Squeezed in the back with Fritz and her mother, Marie was still able to enjoy the holiday sights as they crawled northward in the direction of Uptown. Even the residential blocks were glittering with lights and decorations, and there was so much going on at the street level where the shops and businesses were located. Food carts were doing brisk business in the holiday rush, and the restaurants seemed to compete for the honor of having the most charming entryway decorations. Signs placed outside their front doors advertised prix dinners, and that reservations were being taken for New Year's Eve. Marie turned and watched a woman who was walking a little dog. The dog was wearing a tiny set of stuffed antlers on its head. All too soon, the cab had pulled up in front of her uncle's house. Her mother had commented in hushed tones that not many people owned an entire brownstone anymore. Many of them had been converted into apartments. But Uncle Dan had done very well for himself as a high-profile theatre set designer. In the process, he had somehow been able to acquire this building many years ago and renovated it to his liking. Marie and Fritz always loved visiting, because the house itself was such an adventure. Arriving on Uncle Dan's doorstep was always a thrilling moment. They weren't even all the way up the stairs when their host had thrown open the door to welcome them. A bright light shone from the interior hallway behind him. Laughing, he stood in the doorway, stretching out his arms as if to embrace them all. He urged them to come inside straight away and get out of the cold, and he promised delicious treats. Grinning ear to ear, Marie and Fritz took the top steps 2 at a time and gave him a hug as they scooted inside. She and her brother knew their way around their uncle's house. They quickly took off their heavy coats, hanging them in the hall closet, and stuffed their gloves and hats in the pockets. They didn't wait for their parents, who were still standing in the hallway, talking to Uncle Dan. Instead, they went straight into the living room, where they knew that they would find something good to eat. Sure enough, a couple of their uncle's friends were enjoying a lavish spread, seated on his various velvet chairs and his overstuffed couch. Appetizers were beautifully arranged on trays, with wheels of cheese, fancy crackers, and cold cuts. Tiny little sandwiches were elegantly stacked on plates. There was a punch bowl with something delightfully red and fizzy in it. Champagne glasses waited for a moment when a celebratory cocktail would be poured for the adults. Uncle Dan leaned over Marie's shoulder and told her to take anything she wanted, adding that there were lots of tasty sodas in the kitchen. She and Fritz didn't hesitate to take him up on the offer. They politely greeted the other guests and then took plates, piling them high with snacks to take with them while they enjoyed the run of the house. Then they raided the fridge in the kitchen, each choosing their favorite drink from a tall glass bottle. Because they were often the only kids at the party, the two siblings always entertained themselves on the upper floors of the house. In fact, while the second floor had 3 bedrooms and a very elegant bathroom, it was the top floor they loved to visit. This was the open space that Uncle Dan called his workshop. Although he puttered about in there sometimes, it was really just a grand storage space for odds and ends that were left over from his countless theatre productions. Costumes, period-appropriate furniture from all different eras, and a crazy collection of props filled the open space of the entire 3rd floor. Once inside, Marie and Fritz always passed the time happily, immersing themselves in a fantasy world where they could don any number of elaborate personalities. Marie might find herself putting on a sparkly gown and a fur cape, or she could end up wearing the front end of a horse. Meanwhile, Fritz could be lounging nearby on an old-fashioned chaise, wearing a monocle. There was no end to the hilarity, and the time in Uncle Dan's studio always went by far too quickly. On this particular festive evening, Marie found a lovely set of fancy dishes and some heavy glass goblets. She set a table just for herself and Fritz, where they sat down with their plunder from the appetizer table and dramatically toasted the event with their sodas. As they were enjoying their snacks, Fritz spied something new in the corner. It was an old-fashioned soldier's uniform. He jumped up from his place at the table and went to examine the costume, exclaiming that it had a sword with it. Intrigued, Marie came to look. Fritz put on the overly large coat from the uniform and placed the tall feathered hat on his head. While he was doing this, Marie was rummaging around in the shadows. She called out with amusement that she had found another good costume. As her brother turned to look, she jumped out at him wearing an enormous mouse head. He pretended to be surprised, and they both laughed uproariously. In a mock display of belligerence, he lifted the sword with ease and poked it in her direction, commenting that it wasn't that heavy at all. He handed it to her, and she easily tested its weight. He was right. The ornate prop was an excellent fake, but it was as light as a toy. Further amusement ensued as Marie pretended to commandeer the sword. Fritz faked outrage and then laughed once again. With all there was to get into up in Uncle Dan's workshop, the soldier's uniform and its sword were eventually laid to the side. Marie took the mouse head off and put it down by the sword, saying it was too hot to wear any longer, and eventually both costumes were forgotten. The siblings knew it was quite late when their mother came to tell them that it was time to get ready for bed. Reluctantly, they cleared their empty plates and descended to the first floor to return them to the kitchen and to say goodnight to Uncle Dan. There were still a few guests lounging about, and the children knew from past experience that the adults would still be up for some time. Nonetheless, Marie and Fritz went upstairs to the second floor. With the murmur of the party continuing below, they got into their pajamas and brushed their teeth in the grand old bathroom with the black and white tiled floor. Then they slipped into the twin beds in the guest room that they always slept in after parties at Uncle Dan's house. For a while, the two siblings whispered excitedly to each other in the semi-darkness. There was a tall window between them, and the moonlight streamed into the room, forming a rectangle on the floor. Nestled in their beds in the shadows on either side, They recounted their favourite treasures from the evening upstairs, as well as what gifts they were hoping to get for Christmas. Then, without either of them noticing, a long pause turned into a lengthier silence. Both Marie and Fritz had dozed off. She didn't have any sense of time passing, but Marie woke later to a silent house. While she had slumbered, the party had ended, and the last guests had gone home. Thinking she'd like a drink of water, Marie pulled off her covers and swung her feet to the floor, observing as her toes lit up in the rectangle of moonlight on the hardwood. Padding silently to the closed door, she slowly turned the knob and peeked into the hallway. It was dark and silent, except for the quiet ticking of the wall clock that hung between the two guest bedrooms. Walking carefully along the carpet runner that ran the length of the hallway, she stopped in front of the clock. It was very old, she could tell. Its most unusual feature was a carving of an owl that sat on the very top of it. She had been fascinated by that owl since she was little. It sat silently and seemed to regard her, even as she gazed upon it in the darkened hall. Turning away, Marie went into the bathroom and got a small drink using one of the little paper cups that were stacked by the sink. Just as she was about to return to her room, however, she was stopped in her tracks by a sound from downstairs. The doorbell was ringing. Marie looked around at the other bedroom doors in surprise. Did nobody else hear this? She wondered. Although the ringing continued insistently, nobody else in the house stirred. It was enormously strange. She felt compelled to see who was there, so she wandered down the staircase to the downstairs hallway. Stretching on her tiptoes, she looked out of the peephole. There, standing on the lighted front steps, was a very genteel-looking fellow in a soldier's uniform. In fact, and at this point Marie had to do a double take, it appeared identical to the uniform that she and Fritz had found upstairs, right down to the elegant feathered hat. As strange as this seemed, when the gentleman reached for the doorbell again, she pulled the door open to prevent him from waking the entire house. The chilly December air rushed in swirling around her flannel pajamas. Putting her hands on her hips, she asked the man why he was ringing the bell at this very late hour. In return, the soldier on the doorstep smartly clicked his heels together and doffed his hat, bowing in her direction. "I am Hans," he said. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I seem to have left my sword here." Marie stared at the young man, trying to make sense of what he was saying. She was sure she hadn't seen anyone like him at the party. Then, tilting her head to the side, she responded, "There is a sword here, but it's in Uncle Dan's workshop. Wait here and I'll bring it to you," she told him. The man nodded politely and stepped back. Clearly, he was prepared to wait. Marie closed the door quietly, her thoughts racing. She supposed she could show him the sword. If it wasn't his, he would go away. She scurried up the stairs, taking two at a time. As she passed the second floor, the clock on the wall chimed the hour. It was 1 a.m. Shaking her head at the oddness of it all, she pushed open the door to the studio. There, just where they had left it next to the mouse costume, was the sword. Although she could have sworn it was gleaming in a way it hadn't before. It was almost like it was calling out to her. Crossing the room, she picked it up and then uttered a gasp of surprise. It was so much heavier than it had been a few hours earlier. None of this made sense, but she knew that Hans was waiting outside, so she didn't stop to puzzle over it. Instead, she headed back towards the first floor, carefully lugging the heavy sword with both hands. It took a while to get the sword down to the front door. Marie wondered for a split second if the strange visitor would still be out there. Pulling the door open, she saw that he was on the steps right where she had left him. She dragged the sword over the threshold and rested it on the step. "Is it this one?" she asked, feeling rather out of breath. The man's eyes lit up and he grinned widely. His smile was charming, and Marie was quite distracted for a moment. "Yes," he said happily. "That's the very one." Taking the sword from her as if it weighed practically nothing, he slipped it into a belt at his waist. "There now," he said, I'm ready to take you out to the town." Marie watched in surprise as he swept a low bow and extended his hand towards the street. As she turned her gaze to the curb, she saw an elegant horse and carriage roll to a stop at the bottom of her uncle's steps. The carriage itself was a shining white with a rich red upholstery inside. The top was down. The beautiful horse at the front was also white, looking every inch like something out of a fairy tale. As she watched, a driver in a black coat and a top hat stepped down from the driver's seat and graciously opened a little door at the side. He tipped his hat to her and said, "Your ride, young lady." Although the night was cold, Marie didn't hesitate to walk down the front stairs of the townhouse in her pajamas. The pavement was cool under her feet, but strangely, she wasn't too chilly. Stepping into the fancy carriage, she nestled into the plush upholstery. As she did so, the driver draped a warm, fuzzy blanket over her lap and handed her a pair of soft slippers to keep her toes warm. Seeing that she was settled, her genteel escort, Hans, took a seat near the door of the carriage, and the driver clicked it shut. Turning to smile at Marie, the dashing soldier said, "Well then, we're off." With a little whistle from the driver, the stately horse was in motion. The carriage lurched ever so gently and began to pull forward. Marie noted with interest that no other cars whatsoever were driving on the streets. Even though she and Hans were riding through the streets of Manhattan, they seemed to be the only people who were out and about. The lights of the city were just for them, Marie and her gracious escort. Although she could have ridden in luxury like this for hours, the carriage ride turned out to be a short trip. The horse turned onto stately Fifth Avenue in a matter of minutes, and she saw that they were at the border between the Upper East Side and Central Park. In fact, as the carriage slowed to a halt near 65th Street, she immediately recognized where they were. Hans stepped neatly out of the carriage and offered her his hand, delivering her onto the sidewalk in front of the familiar entrance to the Central Park Zoo. Marie had been here before, but it had always been during the day, in warm weather and with large crowds competing for space. At this moment, the world was hushed, and there wasn't another person visible anywhere. There were lights glowing from within the zoo, as if to welcome Marie and Hans, and to invite them inside. Eager to explore, she walked ahead confidently. Inside, she knew that she would find the sea lion pool, which served as the centerpiece of the zoo. Although it was cold, the pool hadn't frozen over, and it was full of lightly rippling water that glistened in the moonlight. She had thought the sea lions might be sleeping, but as she walked up to the edge of the enclosure, a few of them emerged in front of her. 1, 2, 3. They popped up onto the rock in the center and arranged themselves like a row of dancers waiting to begin a routine. As she clapped her hands together in delight, they answered, barking joyfully. "You are welcome here," they seemed to say. "We've been waiting for you." Then, as she watched, they wiggled one by one down to the water and splashed under the surface, vanishing beneath the glittering waves. Marie let out a joyful giggle and waved a quick goodbye. She turned and saw Hans standing at attention nearby, patiently waiting for her. With a silent smile, he indicated that they should walk in the direction of the polar circle. They were going to see what the penguins were up to. Marie need not have worried that she'd come too late at night. The inhabitants of the polar circle were ready to greet her. There were several different types of penguins living at the zoo. Marie had visited them before. She knew that it was the Gentoo penguins who were greeting her when she heard the loud trumpeting call up ahead. It seemed to announce their arrival like they were royalty. With somewhat more detachment, the macaroni penguins sat nearby. They waved their large bills in the air and seemed to be rather vain about the long yellow feathers on either side of their heads. It was like they were models in a fashion show, strutting with fancy headdresses on. Standing regally in the background was a king penguin, just a little over 3 feet in height, but taller than all the others. Its orange cheek patches glowed in the low light of the winter night as it turned its head this way and that. Then, apparently deciding it was ready for a swim, it dived into the deepest waters of the enclosure, vanishing for good. But the best of the polar circle was yet to come. The tufted penguins began what seemed to be an elegant routine of synchronized swimming. Somewhere nearby, the famous Delacourt clock in the children's zoo began to play a festive tune on the hour. Marie paused and tried to identify it. She realized quickly that the song was Greensleeves. In response to the musical prompt, the acrobatic tufted penguins began an amazing synchronized routine. With practiced ease, they circled and dived, creating a water ballet like she had never before seen. Marie watched in amazement, quite sure that no daytime visitor had ever been privy to a show like this. Did the zookeepers know that their penguins had these magical nighttime abilities? She suspected not, and she felt very privileged. On this night, Marie had a front row seat to some kind of magic, and she was going to relish every moment of it. She would keep the secrets of the polar circle close to her heart. Finally, the last penguin had disappeared. Marie stood there, watching the water settle and return to its glassy, undisturbed state. At that moment, she realized that there were flakes of snow gently drifting around her. It was just a few, but they were enormous, heavy ones. She raised her face to the sky and savored the cold tingle on her skin as they delicately landed there, one by one. Now that the penguins had retired for the night, Marie turned to Hans and asked him eagerly if they might stop by to see if the snow leopard was out. Surely this would be the perfect weather for it. Hans nodded graciously and gestured at the rocky area of the zoo where the snow leopards could be found. At first, arriving there in the dark, Marie was disappointed. She didn't spot any of the beautiful cats and wondered if they were slumbering out of sight. However, just when she was ready to move along, Hans pointed at an outcrop above their eye level. There, one of the graceful creatures was sitting still, nose to the air, as if delighted by the chilly night and the falling snow. Marie silently clasped her hands and smiled. The regal animal was a sight to behold. Like a ghost in the dark, its luxurious fur almost glowed with whiteness, its wide snout taking in the wintry weather. Then, after a few moments, it slowly rose and sauntered into the gloom. Its enormous tail, nearly the length of its body, was the last bit to fade out of sight. Hans allowed Marie to bask in the moment until she was ready to continue through the winter wonderland of New York City. Marie stood with her face to the sky, feeling the delicate caress of tiny snowflakes on her cheeks. After a few moments, she turned to Hans and asked what they would be doing next. He said he wanted to take her to see some ice skaters. Marie thought that nothing could be more festive on this holiday evening. The soldier politely offered his arm to her, and she took his elbow in her hand. Together, they followed the path back out of the zoo and headed towards Central Park's famous winter attraction, Walman Rink. Marie had been here once before, when Uncle Dan had taken her out on a wintry afternoon a couple of years ago. They'd rented skates, and he'd encouraged her while she crept cautiously around the perimeter of the ice, gripping the wall and laughing almost too hard to stay upright. Tonight, as she and Hans approached, the mood was far more glamorous. The glassy rink was alight, glowing like a pearl in the center of the park. Around it, there were dazzling replicas of Christmas trees made entirely of white lights. These were in many different sizes, standing like cones, and they had stars on top of them. But the true beauty of the scene was the sense that it was one tableau nested within another. The rink was inside the circle of fairy-lit trees, which was within the environs of the nighttime park. Then, most impressively, the skyline of New York soared above all of it, glittering in the darkness. Marie had the sense of being inside a snow globe, with a world of giants watching the festive scene from above. But there was much more to see than just an empty rink. A cheerful festive carol began playing through the speakers. Marie gasped in delight as a line of skaters began to file into the rink. They were dressed in matching skating dresses made out of satin that shone with sequins. Atop each of their heads, they wore different types of tiaras and fascinators. No two were exactly alike. Once 5 of these nearly identical ice dancers had entered, a second stream of skaters appeared in costumes that looked like tuxedos. These smartly dressed newcomers fanned out, each arriving neatly at the side of a partner. What followed was an intricately choreographed dance. Gliding on the crystal clear ice with practiced skill, the couples swooped, spun, and jumped. Sometimes, as if in a square dance, they changed partners, picking up with the next as if no pause had occurred. They did this with so much joy and an aspect of such ease that it almost made Marie believe that she could be part of this dance too. To watch, however, was simply fantastic. As the snow continued to gently drift down on the rink, giving the trees of the park a sugary coating, Marie lost herself in the moment. She lost all track of time, and when the couples executed the grand finale, spinning faster than her eye could even follow, she was truly regretful that the dance was over. One by one, the skaters flew by her gracefully, nodding and bowing as if they had danced for a queen, as if they had been privileged just to perform for Marie and her soldier, Hans. The 2 onlookers clapped wildly and cheered for the talented pairs, who seemed gratified by the praise. Then, as a new festive tune started up, the glowing ice dancers broke apart and began spinning and free skating, their program complete. Clearly, they were just experiencing the joy of gliding across the ice. Marie could imagine that if she were this good at skating, she'd be doing the same. Her reverie was interrupted by Hans lightly tapping her shoulder. Clicking his heels together again, he asked Marie if, perhaps, she'd like to take a spin on the carousel. Marie couldn't imagine anything more delightful. The carousel had always been a favorite destination for her in the park. There were usually a lot of families waiting their turn, and the ride seemed so short, but it was always worth queuing for. She knew it was quite nearby. Ready to move along, she skipped ahead, with Hans right on her heels. The little round building that housed the carousel was within her sight in moments. Like everything else in the park that night, all its doors were open, and it was ablaze with cheerful light. The carousel itself was at a standstill, but the familiar merry-go-round music was playing. Nobody else was there, not even a person to operate it. But Hans seemed to have no concerns. Graciously, he extended his hand and swept it wide, saying, "Pick any horse you like, Marie." How could she choose? She'd tried to count the horses before, while she was standing in line, but she'd never figured out exactly how many there were. She knew that there were 2 chariots, but sitting in a chariot that didn't move wasn't so appealing to her. Marie would have one of the gently galloping horses that floated up and down as the contraption rotated. But the question was, which one? Stepping onto the merry-go-round, she admired the riot of colour. Bright green, yellow, red and turquoise lavishly decorated every inch. And while she assumed not every horse could possibly be unique, she certainly had plenty of choices. Black horses, brown horses, or grey horses with spots. Each one wore a saddle designed in a slightly different collection of primary colours. Not wanting to waste another minute, she finally selected one of the black horses and pulled herself up. Hans selected a grey one nearby, looking every inch the cavalryman. Like co-conspirators, they grinned at each other, sharing the excitement of the ride that was to come. Looking up, Marie gazed at the little coloured lights that dotted the ceiling like the twinkling orbs on a Christmas tree. Without any signal being given, or any sign of how it happened, the carousel slowly began to move. Almost imperceptibly, Marie's horse started to rise, before falling gently. The invigorating night air wafted across her face with more energy. And then they were flying. At least that's how it felt. They were propelled through a magical corridor of beautiful lights, a kaleidoscope of colour, and a tunnel of enchanting music. The world outside became a pleasant blur, receding in importance. As they circled on this ride that seemed so wonderfully long, much longer than a normal one, Marie squeezed her eyes shut and fervently wished that this night would never end. As the glorious ride came ever so slowly to a stop, Marie rested her face on the cool, smooth pole that she'd been holding throughout the ride. She was happy, but also feeling thoughtful. The carousel ride was one she could have done all over again. She looked for Hans to ask if they might be able to go round just one more time, but he was nowhere to be seen. In fact, his entire carousel horse had vanished. Turning and looking around in surprise, Marie saw that Hans was now outside the ride. He was waiting next to his grey stallion, but it was an actual, living, breathing version. The horse he'd been riding on was standing at full height, breathing vapour and dancing lightly on its hooves. Smiling at her, he motioned to the saddle and said, "Let me help you up." Marie had never ridden on a real horse, but she wasn't nervous. Sliding off her own carousel saddle, she hopped off the wood-coloured deck of the merry-go-round, approaching Hans and his majestic ride. He held out his hand for her to step into, and then, as if she weighed nothing, he boosted her up into the saddle. As she settled in her seat, she looked around to adjust to her impressive new height. She had an intoxicating feeling of strength up here, with the tall horse underneath her. Marie was keen to find out where they were going next. Remaining on foot, Hans took the reins in his hand and signalled to the horse that it was time to walk. As it began to move, they headed northward, leaving the merry-go-round behind for another lucky nighttime visitor. When she asked Hans what their destination would be, he said, "We are expected soon at Belvedere Castle, where you are obviously the guest of honour." Marie was very surprised by this. She vaguely remembered the stately fortress that sat in the middle of the park, but she couldn't imagine what would be going on there at this late hour. Still, it was just another happy secret amid a night full of lovely surprises. So she decided not to ask any more questions and just wait and see what lay ahead. For a while, Marie simply wanted to enjoy the silence, gazing at the winter wonderland unfolding around her. As Hans walked northward, leading the horse, she watched the delicate white flakes fall on her flannel pajamas, and even tried to catch a few in the palm of her hand. She considered that she'd never known the city to be so very quiet. It seemed like nobody else was about at all, and the fresh blanket of snow further insulated them from the world. Soon, she saw a lit-up plaza ahead that she remembered as the heart of the park. When they crossed under 72nd Street, she knew they were at Bethesda Terrace. When they emerged from the lower-level tunnel that went under the road, the red sandstone pavers of the terrace fanned out before them in an intricate herringbone pattern that was further decorated with inlays of Roman brick. On either side of Marie and her companions, grand staircases descended from the street level above. The centerpiece of this plaza was the Bethesda fountain. On past visits, Marie had stood in awe of the beautiful 8-foot-tall angel at its center. But she didn't know anything else about the beautiful statue other than the fact that she loved it. As if reading her thoughts, Hans offered a little history lesson. "It's one of the largest fountains in New York," he said. 26 feet high by 96 feet wide. Her name is Angel of the Waters, and those 4 little cherubim underneath her are supposed to represent health, purity, temperance, and peace. Hans smiled up at Marie as she gazed at the angel, taking it all in. As Marie sat there, thinking, something happened. Far off in the distance, a clock began chiming the hour. It happened to be 3 a.m. now, and as she watched, the angel moved. At first, Marie thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, but then she saw that Hans was also watching. The angel gently began to flap her wings, as if she would take flight. She didn't, though. She stayed right on the fountain, with her hands outstretched, just as she always did. A few moments after the clock stopped chiming, she was still again, fixed in stone, and the moment was past. Marie looked down at Hans and smiled with delight. "Did you see that?" she asked him. He made a face of mock uncertainty and responded with a jest. "See what? I don't know what you could possibly mean." They both laughed. Hans made a serious face again and told Marie that they must be getting on because everyone would be waiting for her. She was puzzled by this comment, since everyone she knew in New York was sleeping at Uncle Dan's house, and the park was largely devoid of visitors that night. Still, she was curious to find out what Hans meant, so she cheerfully clicked her tongue, telling the horse that she was ready to proceed. At this moment, in the darkest hours before dawn, the snow stopped. The clouds parted in the sky, and the moon shone down, casting an ethereal silver light across the snow-covered park. Hans led the horse through the enchanting twists and turns of the wooded part of the park known as the Ramble, where Marie had often gone for walks that made her feel like she was actually in the wild. Now, riding high up in the air, Marie took deep breaths and then exhaled, watching the vapor dissipate in front of her. The transiency of the snow, this lifelike carousel horse, and even the moonlight made her feel like she must remember every sound and every feeling of this magical journey. She was on the adventure of a lifetime through the twists and turns of Central Park. As they neared 79th Street, the impressive silhouette of Belvedere Castle loomed above them. Resting atop the natural rise known as Vista Rock, it was an awesome sight in the moonlight. Like the grandest of gingerbread houses, it was frosted with sugary snow that also coated the rock beneath. At the pinnacle of its tall tower, a flag waved lightly in the night breeze. Far from being dark and deserted, the castle seemed to luminously glow from within. Although Marie couldn't see where the light was coming from, it gave her the feeling that she and Hans were expected. Stopping outside the fairy tale fortress, Hans helped her down from the horse. She turned and leaned her head against it, offering a silent thanks. It whinnied and briefly stamped its feet, then nodded its head as if to say farewell. Then the beautiful animal turned and cantered away. Perhaps, she thought, it was heading back to its warm spot on the carousel to have a well-deserved sleep. Turning back to Hans, she saw that he was standing on the steps leading to the castle. His hand was outstretched to help her on the snow-covered stairs. Marie watched her feet carefully as she climbed. When they reached the observation balcony at the top, she was surprised to see a large velvet chair sitting right in front of her. And who should be sat next to the chair but the snow leopard? Like a willing companion, the beautiful wild cat was enjoying the crisp winter evening. Its enormous padded feet were politely placed in front of it, and the leopard's long tail wrapped neatly around them. The majestic animal looked for all the world like it belonged there. Hans motioned to the chair and said, "Would you like to sit down? The last event of the evening will begin in a moment." As she approached it, Marie noticed with wonder that there was a carving on the back that looked just like the owl on Uncle Dan's clock. How very strange, she thought. How in the world had it gotten there? Filled with anticipation, Marie settled herself in the regal chair, feeling every inch a princess. As she did, she couldn't resist stroking the soft fur of the leopard at her side. The cat seemed to appreciate her attention, closing its eyes and looking comfortable. As she gazed around again, Marie was surprised to see the satin-clad skaters file onto the balcony as well. One of them put a sparkling tiara on her hair, while another, wearing a tuxedo, offered her a warm, soft blanket for her lap. Enchanted by the diamond headpiece, Marie reached up and gently touched its contours with her hand. Then she centered it securely on her head, sitting up proudly. As she did, another of the skaters appeared, holding a tray with a steaming cup of hot chocolate on top. Marie hadn't even realized how much she wanted a hot drink. She held the cup of cocoa up to her face and warmed her rosy nose and cheeks with the steam before sipping its sweet goodness. While she was luxuriating in her velvet chair, she again heard the sound of the Delacourt clock. It was playing a beautiful carol that she couldn't quite identify. She knew she was too far north to be hearing the clock all the way from the zoo, But like everything else that had happened that evening, she knew some type of magic must be involved. Then, in time to the music, the tufted penguins suddenly waddled into view on the great lawn in front of the castle. First running in a large circle, then dividing into a figure of 8, and finally turning, they all stopped and flapped their wings exuberantly. Marie clapped her own hands with enthusiasm. Having said their farewell, the penguins filed out of sight in a line, disappearing into the shadows. Before she had time to comment, Hans said, "Look over there, on the turtle pond." While Marie had been watching the penguins, the beautiful ice dancers had vanished, and they were now skating in pairs under the moonlight. Magically frozen solid, the lake was as glossy as a mirror, reflecting their every move as they drifted from one elegant pose to another. They spread out into a large V shape, with the skaters in dresses on one side and the tuxedo-clad ones on the other, and they all took a sweeping bow. Marie clapped once again. Waving, the graceful performers turned away and skated out of sight. They had finished their performances for the night. Marie turned back to the great lawn and was amazed to see a long line of carousel horses gaily trotting across it in formation. A smaller circle formed inside a larger circle, just like on the carousel. Then, in an imitation of the merry-go-round, they circled, jumping every so often, and eventually coming to a halt. They all turned to face Marie. Then each one of them dropped into a low bow, with one front leg extended and the other bent towards the ground. Marie applauded with excitement. At this, they stood and broke their circle, cantering off into the woods. As they went, she saw her own black carousel horse at the very end of the line. It raised its head and whinnied in farewell. Then it too vanished. Marie sighed. She couldn't imagine anything better than this journey she had been on through the park. As she turned to thank Hans, he put his finger to his lips and pointed up at the sky. Following his hand, Marie saw the most amazing sight yet. The angel from Bethesda Terrace appeared to be in the sky. She was hovering high up over the great lawn, backlit by the moonlight. As Marie watched, she spread her hands, but instead of water spilling out, beautiful, sparkling snowflakes began to drift down. They fell towards the great lawn, and then, suddenly, they were everywhere. They were drifting and falling all around Marie and Hans. A gentle storm was blanketing Belvedere Castle, covering every inch with a fresh, pristine coating of white. Marie jumped up from her velvet chair, throwing the blanket aside. She began spinning in a circle, her hands outstretched and her face to the sky. She was spinning and spinning, and she felt like she was drifting away with this snowstorm. She was becoming the snow, but the moon above her became larger and brighter. It filled her with its cool illumination until she closed her eyes. And when she opened them, there she was, in her bed at Uncle Dan's house. And the light on her face was coming from the morning sun. It was shining through the window of their small bedroom, casting an angular beam across the floor by her bed. Marie lay very still, listening to the silence throughout the house. Nobody else was stirring. She pulled aside her covers and put her feet on the warm floorboards. Fritz was still in his bed, fast asleep. Marie didn't want the magic to dissipate just yet. She didn't want anyone else to wake, so she tiptoed across the floor very quietly and went out onto the landing. As she did, she passed the clock again, where it ticked quietly. The owl peered down at her. The hands on the face of the clock pointed to 7:45 a.m. She wasn't sure why, but she felt compelled to return to the studio upstairs. After all, it was where her amazing adventure had begun. Even if it had all been a dream, she wanted to see the soldier's uniform again for herself. Lightly climbing up the steps, she walked into the studio, flicking on the light. there was the table where they'd eaten together. There was the mouse costume. The soldier costume was as it had been when they'd left the night before. She felt a strange sense of disappointment, as if she'd somehow secretly hoped to find something different. But then she caught her breath, for something was different. The sword was not in its place. Instead of lying by the mouse head where she'd left it, the sword was propped up next to the soldier's uniform, leaning neatly on the wall. And as she turned to go back downstairs, she saw one more thing out of the corner of her eye. Hanging on a coat rack by the door was the very tiara that she'd worn at Belvedere Castle, and next to it was the soldier's feathered cap. Now, some would say that Marie saw that tiara the night before, or that they had moved the sword and the cap and not remembered. But Marie knew better. She knew in her heart that a dashing soldier had made her festive dreams come true. Picture yourself in a cozy, firelit room. You are little, still small enough to believe in magic. And tonight is the most dazzling moment of the Christmas season. With marvelous anticipation, you await the clandestine arrival of Santa, who will shower you with gifts while you sleep, silently departing with his team of trusty reindeer when he is done. It's a good night for the sleigh, you think to yourself, as you watch the snow drift down outside the window. On the other side of the glass, there is a winter wonderland. But in here, a bubble of warmth surrounds you, filled with wonderful smells of things you can't wait to eat. There are pies, chocolates, and bright candy canes to be enjoyed. Perhaps there are cheerful model trains circling a Christmas tree, and your favorite festive songs playing nearby. The grown-ups insist it is time for bed. You agree reluctantly, knowing that only sleeping children receive their visit from Santa. But first, you make sure to leave him a generous plate of cookies and some milk. And of course, there must be a carrot for his reindeer. In the morning, you'll be delighted to find that plate half consumed. The glass will be empty, and the carrot will be partially eaten. More importantly, your tree will be laden with gifts, and your stockings will be stuffed to the brim with the gifts that good children have been led to expect on Christmas Day. After all, only very naughty children will receive a lump of coal. You drift to sleep, imagining that you hear sleigh bells. Before you know it, Santa will have come and gone. In that last waking moment of the evening, you are so very happy. If you didn't grow up celebrating Christmas, this may not be the familiar scene for you. But even if you did, parts of it may be different to your own experiences. There may well have been no white Christmas where you lived, or you may have been expecting Father Christmas instead, for example. You may think of the red-cloaked man as Saint Nicholas, and expected to also be visited by the Christ child. Perhaps you've left the jolly man sherry instead of milk, or mince pies instead of cookies. But the image of the bearded, warmly dressed man is fairly ubiquitous, and the sentiments are the same. It's a tradition shared by many across the globe. It's actually not hard to pinpoint the origins of Santa Claus as we know him. Most scholars agree that his roots can be clearly traced back to Saint Nicholas, although you might not have realized such a warmly clad figure with a sleigh originally came from Turkey. Born around 280 CE, the bishop who would become the Catholic Saint Nicholas was said to have been a generous man who travelled around the country tending to the sick and the poor, and giving away all his inherited wealth in the process. Thanks to various heroic and generous acts, he became known as the protector of many vulnerable people, especially children. Eventually, the church established the anniversary of his death as the feast day of Saint Nicholas, to take place each year on December 6th. There is some debate about the actual resting place of Saint Nicholas, but many historians believe that his remains were stolen by Italian sailors in the 11th century and taken to the Basilica di San Nicola on the southeast coast of Italy. In the 1950s, a facial anthropologist named Caroline Wilkinson used technology to reconstruct his image. Naturally, some assumptions were necessary. For example, she deduced that he had Mediterranean features, such as olive skin and brown eyes. There is also evidence that at some point, the good saint suffered a broken nose. But the picture that emerged in the forensic reconstruction of the real Saint Nick is a far cry from the Santa we know today. In short, he was probably a lean man with grey hair and a fiery nature. After all, he was a defender of the Christian faith at a time when Roman rulers were against his religion. Without knowing any of these things about him, however, the people of the earlier centuries celebrated his legacy and simply filled in the blanks. His reputation as a patron saint of children made him a natural fit to be both a model of discipline and a bringer of great rewards for children who acted properly. By the Renaissance, Saint Nicholas was enormously popular across Europe. Representations of him were necessarily creative, since nobody had seen him for hundreds of years. It made sense for artists to portray him a little like other European deities of a fatherly nature, such as the Roman god Saturn or the Norse god Odin. As such, he acquired a white beard and some fanciful magic powers, like the ability to fly. Due to these details, Saint Nicholas evolved as a figure of fatherly benevolence, with a comforting but strong fatherly appearance. In the 1500s, Saint Nicholas was challenged by the onset of the Protestant Reformation. Influential figures such as Martin Luther were keen to draw public attention away from the celebration of the Catholic saints. They were aware, however, of the importance of the December 6th gift-giving tradition. Sensing, perhaps, that squashing it would erode their popularity, they instead moved to shift the gift-giving from December 6th to the holiday of Christmas. In doing so, they were able to assert that the gift-giving figure to celebrate was the Christ child, known in Germany as Christkind. A historian named Jerry Bowler had some insightful and humorous observations about the challenges of transferring St. Nick's duties to the baby Jesus. In an interview with National Geographic magazine on the topic of Santa Claus, he pointed out that the Christ child was not an easy replacement for the burly, bearded man who had become dear to the hearts of so many Europeans. For one thing, as Bowler puts it, the infant's carrying capacity is very limited. The logistical difficulty would be obvious to anyone nowadays. Even those of us who may have spent time in Germany, for example, where the Christkind is celebrated, will have also seen Saint Nick handing out presents. But Bowler adds that there is a second role that the infant Jesus can't perform, and that's the role of disciplinarian. Not to say that Saint Nicholas was a threatening figure, but he was known to carry a switch at times. Even in our kinder, gentler era, Santa Claus promises gifts to good children, whereas those who are naughty are taught to be concerned that they may only receive a lump of coal. Once the Christ child became the bringer of gifts, he also needed a sidekick who could carry things and enforce good behavior. Because of that, stern pagan characters such as Claus, which means rough Nicholas, Ashenklas, which means ashy Nicholas, or Pudsnickel, which means furry Nicholas, stayed around as part of the Christmas tradition. In effect, two holiday characters had to do the work formerly performed by one. While our later version of Santa Claus would be much kinder and gentler than these fellows, the imagery around them would eventually influence the jolly man we know now. Furthermore, Protestant efforts to snuff out Saint Nick were never completely successful. For example, people in the Netherlands especially were stubborn about keeping him around. It was the Dutch who were eventually largely responsible for importing his character to the New World. England was one place where a movement away from Saint Nicholas didn't keep merrymakers from their beloved bearded character. Father Christmas bore many of the characteristics of Saint Nick, and his figure can be found as far back as the court of Henry VIII. There, he was represented as a party-loving large man, generally wearing green or scarlet robes lined with fur. Although he wasn't associated with gift-giving until the Victorian period, he was strongly connected to joyful feasting and messages of peace. Additionally, he was known to drink a cup of wine or two. When the Victorian era recharacterized Christmas as a family-centric holiday, Father Christmas also took on the popular gift-giving role of the earlier Saint Nicholas. For many modern readers, he is possibly best represented by Charles Dickens as the ghost of Christmas Present in the famous novel A Christmas Carol. Both Dickens' words in the book and the original illustration of the ghost by John Leech were pivotal in maintaining popular opinion about his appearance and his personality. To trace the continuing evolution of Santa Claus, however, it is necessary to back up just a little bit and hop across the pond to what would become the United States. Saint Nicholas appears to have landed on those shores, along with some of his greatest fans, the Dutch, in the late 18th century. History.com cites newspaper articles from 1773 and 74 that mention some of those immigrant families honouring St. Nicholas Day. Their name for him was Sinterklaas. Up until the early 1800s, celebration of Christmas itself was not very robust on American shores. The Puritans were not holiday celebrants, and those colonists who did make merry during Christmas tended to keep the season as a somewhat rowdy and adult-focused party. It wasn't until the 19th century that the holiday and Sinterklaas became more established, merging together into a more popular, widespread tradition. In 1804, a member of the New York Historical Society distributed woodcuts at their annual meeting of the season. The engravings the guests received featured Sinterklaas, hanging stockings, gifts of toys and fruit, and a fireplace. Those settings are trappings of Santa Claus that would prove to be enduring, shaping the Christmas imagery we know today. Now, if you've listened to some of our Halloween stories, it's possible you're already familiar with the writer Washington Irving. He is well known for having penned one of the most iconic Halloween stories of all time, called The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. It may surprise you to know that Irving has also played a role in the evolution of Santa Claus. In 1809, Irving published a satirical history of New York under the pseudonym Diedrich Knickerbocker. In this light-hearted literary parody, he called Saint Nicholas the patron saint of the city. Now generally known as the Knickerbocker History of New York, this work is considered to have been an early description of what would become our modern Christmas traditions. Despite this coalescence of Santa Claus imagery, the figure still took on many different forms as he transitioned from Saint Nicholas to the recognizable figure that would come later. Scholars relate seeing him pictured as a mischievous fellow wearing a blue tricorn hat, a red waistcoat, and yellow stockings, for example. He's also reportedly been shown as a man wearing a broad-brimmed hat and a pair of Flemish hose. Jerry Bowler, the aforementioned Santa historian, said that he remembered seeing one illustration where Santa looked exactly like George Washington and was riding a broom. However, Bowler points to the year 1821, in which an anonymous poem called The Children's Friend was published. Its drawings featured a Germanic-looking figure in furs, who brought gifts, but also carried a birch rod, presumably for discipline. This figure drove a wagon, pulled by one reindeer. But it was really the year 1822 that offered a major building block in the image of Santa as we know him today. For what Christmas-loving youngster has not grown up with the words, "'Twas the night before Christmas"? 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that Saint Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. These words not only captured the magic of the perfect Christmas Eve, but they were also largely responsible for creating the likeness of Santa Claus. Although it was originally written for his own children, a poem first known as A Visit from St. Nicholas was authored by a wealthy scholar, real estate developer, and philanthropist named Clement Clark Moore. He wrote it privately for his own children, but a year later it was anonymously published in the upstate New York paper, the Troy Sentinel. The poem became an instant classic and was republished annually, finally being attributed to Moore some 14 years later. Even then, Moore denied it for decades, finally acknowledging his authorship in 1844. What is remarkable about A Visit from St. Nicholas is the way in which it verbally illustrates the Santa Claus we know today. It goes like this. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowlful of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself. Not only did it establish him in the clothing we now imagine, but it enshrined him as a jolly man rather than a strict disciplinarian. Furthermore, who would our modern Santa be without his 8 reindeer? Entirely on his own, Moore established Santa's entire team, naming them one by one. On Dasher, on Dancer, on Prancer and Vixen, on Comet and Cupid, and Donner and Blitzen, the poem says. The addition of Rudolph many years later would be the finishing touch, and one would like to think that Moore might approve. Christmas grew in popularity as a major family holiday from that point on, and the status of its mascot increased along with it. By the 1840s, newspapers began featuring holiday sections with prominent images of this newly popular Santa Claus, as he was described in Moore's poetry. And of course, capitalism cashed in on the opportunity to fly high on Santa's success. In 1841, thousands of children showed up at a store in Philadelphia to view a life-size Santa Claus model. The event was a hint of the importance shopping mall Santas would eventually hold in American culture. Children were eager to see the jolly man himself. This establishment of the trappings of Christmas is supported by an article published in England in 1853. It describes American Christmas customs to a British audience and included such traditions as the hanging of stockings. More importantly, in the evolution of Santa, it cited the appearance of a fabulous personage whose name varied by region, including Kris Kringle, Saint Nicholas, or Santa Claus. Stepping up to join Clement Clark Moore as a Santa influencer, a political cartoonist named Thomas Nast further established the new look of Santa Claus in the early 1880s. This was when he drew upon Moore's charming description to draw several likenesses that are now easily recognizable by modern audiences. His images of a rotund, cheerful man with a white beard and a bag of gifts appeared in the magazine Harper's Weekly. But Nast took Santa lore a step further, also picturing him at a workshop in the North Pole. He imagined his helpers as elves and supplied him with the venerable and enduring Mrs. Claus to be his partner. In this way, Thomas Nast became as important in the history of Santa Claus as the man who set the stage with poetry. Interest in this version of Santa Claus grew in art and literature circles. Notably, author L. Frank Baum of Wizard of Oz fame published a book in 1902 called The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus. The tale imagined a fanciful origin story for the jolly character. Most notable for modern listeners, however, was his plot point that Santa lived in a place called the Laughing Valley of Oahu, and that while delivering gifts, he would go down chimneys of homes where he was faced with a locked door. Other portions of the tale didn't survive as typical Santa backstory. However, the book was produced in a truncated version as a popular stop-motion animation TV special many years later in 1985. As the image of Santa Claus solidified at the turn of the 20th century, his European counterparts began to sync up with the new, friendly image. Father Christmas reigned supreme over the holiday in Great Britain, while Père Noël was seen in France. The benevolent bearded man eclipsed the stern discipline bringers of the earlier pagan traditions, as Christmas continued to gain a more family-friendly personality. Of course, this trend was not universal in Europe. Stalin was anxious to stamp out religious observances, so he shifted focus to a character named Grandfather Frost, establishing New Year as the gift-bringing holiday of choice in the Soviet Union. 1912 is the year that Santa Claus first appeared on film. He was played by a well-known actor named Leedham Bantock, who was also the writer. Based on a recent stage play, the silent movie shows a little girl falling asleep and dreaming that she has been whisked away to Santa's workshop. While later films have since become much more famously associated with Santa, this early gem was a pioneer in helping audiences conceptualize Santa's workshop. The scene showing his home base is a detail that has stayed with us for generations. We have Leedham Bantock to thank for that. 1924 marks a pivotal year in Santa's history, simply because he got his own float in the very first Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade in New York City. For Americans, this inaugural event of the holiday season has proven to be a lasting and enormously popular spectacle. Its enduring popularity was perhaps forever cemented in the 1947 smash hit movie Miracle on 34th Street, in which the existence of Santa Claus was proven in a court of law. The movie won 3 Academy Awards and has gone down in history as a classic. But before we jump ahead to the 1940s, there's one more important Santa topic to discuss. Nowadays, there is a somewhat incorrect assumption that our version of Santa Claus was established by the marketers at Coca-Cola, who prominently featured Santa sporting their trademark red and white colours in 1930. While it's true that he starred in their ads, they were not the first soft drink company to use Santa as a mascot. Previously, he'd been featured in some ads by White Rock Beverages, first for a mineral water in 1915, and then for mixers in the 1920s. We can see that the red-cloaked Santa was around for decades if we trace the history in print. For example, Puck magazine was showing him in red and white in the early 20th century, actually featuring him dressed that way on the cover in 1905. And naturally, the artist Thomas Nast had started his costume trend years before. 1937 was a notable year for our jolly friend, as Santa began to show up in person more and more, appearing in parades and stores. Charles W. Howard established the oldest continuously run Santa school in the world. According to the school's current website, Mr. Howard established the institution after becoming tired of seeing unkempt, unprofessional Santas at festive events. His first class at the Santa school had only 3 students, but the business has endured for many decades now. Luckily, it has been passed on to new leadership and even successfully relocated from New York to Michigan. Now, finally moving ahead to the era of Miracle on 34th Street, American troops were partially responsible for spreading Santa around Europe in the immediate aftermath of World War II. At that time, his jolly spirit was a perfect fit for the idea of American goodwill, as the troops helped restore infrastructure in the aftermath of the conflict. In December of 1955, the Sears Roebuck department store published an ad in a Colorado newspaper featuring a direct phone line to Santa. At least, that was the intention. When the ad appeared in print, the telephone number had a typo. Instead of reaching Santa, the first child to attempt the call reached a colonel named Harry Shoup, who was manning the secure phone at the United States Continental Air Defense, now known as NORAD, which stands for North American Aerospace Defense Command. At first, the colonel was terse, believing he was being pranked on a secure line. On the other hand, when the child became upset, he quickly shifted to pretending he was Santa. A short conversation with the child's mother revealed the error, but the phone number was out there, and more children began calling. Colonel Shoup fielded the calls as best he could, eventually assigning multiple airmen to play Santa as well. Then, on Christmas Eve, the colonel called a local radio station and reported a sighting of Santa's sleigh. That was when the now beloved NORAD Santa tracker was born. While it's not the only Santa tracker to exist, it's certainly one of the most enduring. Today, the site for the Santa tracker receives millions of visits each holiday, making Santa's trip around the world all the more real for legions of children who watch it with excitement on Christmas Eve. The mid-50s were eventful in the history of Santa for another reason. In 1956, a man named George Melachrino revived the idea of Mrs. Santa Claus in a popular song. A few years later, an author named Phyllis McGinley further established her role by publishing a book called How Mrs. Santa Claus Saved Christmas. With the concerted effort of all the imaginative people who created Santa's mode of transportation, his home workshop, his helpers, and his elves, Santa Claus, as we now know him, was solidly in place by the time the 1960s dawned. And not much has changed about him since. The kids of the 60s and 70s were the first to see television shows about Santa and his reindeer that became instant classics. And as the decades continued, the movie industry made Santa a fixture, featuring him in every possible type of film. He's such a star that numerous countries have claimed to be the home of his workshop at the North Pole. According to the publication The Canada Post, his base of operation lies in their territory, within the postal code HOH0HO, or you could say ho ho ho. Playing up this theory, in 2008, the Canadian Minister of Immigration and Multiculturalism awarded him Canadian citizenship, declaring he had the automatic right to re-enter Canada once his trip around the world is complete. The town of North Pole, Alaska, bears the motto, "Where the spirit of Christmas lives year-round," and is home to the Santa Claus house. There, people can take photos with the man himself and even post letters with an official North Pole postmark and Santa seal. Norway, Greenland, and Finland are among the countries who also lay claim to Santa's jolly home base. The jury is still out on which one is correct. Perhaps he spends a little bit of time at all of them. In the modern Santa-loving world, his cheerful image continues to be a huge part of Christmas, which is now celebrated by many people who have no religious ties to the holiday. World records are available for the most curious Santa-related goals, such as the largest collection of memorabilia, the longest-serving Santa impersonator, and the largest gathering of Santas. Although he offers a vague warning about lumps of coal for naughty children, his role as disciplinarian has become somewhat lost in the annals of history. Like the Father Christmas of old, he is now mainly a bringer of joy, to children and adults alike. The modern spirit of Santa is well represented in a playful 1950s tune called Man with the Bag, which was popularized by singer Kay Starr. Full of exciting predictions about his arrival, the song sums up the enthusiasm for Santa with the final verse, which encapsulates the happy togetherness he promises. The lyrics say, "He'll make this December the one you'll remember, the best and the merriest you ever did have. Everybody's waiting, they are all congregating, waiting for the man with the bag." The Santa Claus we all love today was shaped partly by the winds of change and partly by the imagination of artists. So, this Christmas Eve, whether you celebrate the holiday or not, you might log in to the NORAD Santa Tracker, or perhaps read aloud those famous words of the authors who envisioned the man. Because somewhere, the generous and gift-giving spirit behind the visitor in the red suit is there for you. Somewhere, the spirit of Saint Nick is waiting to make your life just a little bit more magical, and to bring the wonder of childhood back to your dreams. If you listen carefully enough, you might just hear sleigh bells. We are wishing a warm and cozy festive season to all of Santa's fans tonight.